Looks like I'm live. Okay. Well, interestingly enough, today I am going to go ahead and see if we can get away with using OBS Studio again, but I've changed my settings to actually a variable bitrate and a few other things that hopefully will increase stability, but we will see. We will see. And it just makes it a little easier to have the webcam on if I want to, since y'all want to look at my gorgeous face. I know you do. I know you just think I'm so beautiful. You just want to look at me all day long if you can. I have a sister who actually is from Georgia, and well, isn't she the most darling thing? I know, y'all tell you, well, y'all, when she talks, she really talks that way. She sounds just like that. That's what she sounds like, and she's got just the cutest little voice. It's just beautiful. Well, I have my my tasty beverage, and the advantage we have with OBS, and this is my tasty beverage. The advantage we have, of course, with OBS Studio is that we can, in fact, switch screens a little more easily, and also we can have the webcam on. Now, I am curious, actually, since we're just getting started here, I'm going to see. I actually have the suspicion that if I were to leave the webcam off, it would cause the quality to be a little better, probably. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. The way things are set up, if we're getting a bunch of disconnects and whatnot, then it should be pretty much brain dead to kill OBS Studio. Leave the stream going. We're just keep on rocking, baby. And then just switch to OBS Classic and restart the streaming, and it shouldn't be a big deal. So let's see, we have crossed the 7 o'clock barrier, so let's see what we've got going on. First of all, got quite a bit done yesterday. It looks to me like this entire sequence is going to come out to just about a minute. So yeah, I guess it's kind of like I said yesterday. It seems like no matter what I do, I wind up, it's not too tough to knock out 20 seconds of show a day. 30's a little tougher, but to be fair, that that background painting right there took a good bit of yesterday. But you know, I would say let's yeah, I don't want to go full screen here because that tends to create problems, but I have to say, especially from the standpoint of Mel's acting, you know, so I want to sit here and kind of like be critical of my own work, right? And say, well, what's good, what's bad? For the most part, excuse me, for the most part, I'm pretty satisfied. Now, I think, obviously, I pretty much suck at matte painting. You know, I just do. A lot of room for improvement. But I think we could actually fix up that painting with, as I think I mentioned yesterday, what we could do is put a little smoke coming out of the building. Yeah, smoke coming out here would be good. And then I'm thinking right about now, kind of in the background, a bird flies by. I mean, we already have the sort of the sun coming up, which is cool. Actually, there's a really cool thing I never noticed before. That's a pure coincidence, folks. Look at the genius here, the latent genius that I simply can't help, is that the sun rises and then it dissolves almost directly into Asher's head. Very clever. It's the kind of thing they think you're brilliant when in fact it was just a stupid coincidence, and they just don't even realize how lame-o I am. Okay, but that's all right. I'm doing okay. So I do want to add the smoke here. Now, this is a bit of a complicated venture. I'm going to have to animate smoke, and then this one component of what was brought into Blender and rendered out of Blender needs to be changed, therefore, from an image to an image sequence. So for those of you who are Blender freaks out there, that's probably a little step that you'll find kind of interesting, I would think. Then we'll come back here. This stuff is all looking pretty good, I would say. So we've got a boatload of, well, not a boatload, but we've got a fair amount of dialogue to do. And I've already got everything set up in Tahoma to be toggling between these two guys doing their dialogue. In fact, it looks like I already smacked in some dialogue animation. Okay, so there we got our first disconnect, reconnect. Okay, not too bad. Not too bad. It looks like we just got our first disconnect and reconnect, and you know, it pretty much boom, boom. It disconnected and was immediately back on within a second or two. So that's really pretty good. I'm liking that. So whoever's out there watching, identify yourself. Identify yourself. Anyway, so we're going to be in Tahoma, actually. So if you're out there, Darren, you're going, yeah, cool, Tahoma. And we're going to be in Krita because we need to do add the smoke. And we're going to be in Blender, I think, because we're going to have to re-render the painting. So let's get busy. What does that all look like is, of course, the question. And the answer is, well, it looks like opening up 325 and getting busy. So let's go to 325 and let's deal with the smoke and the bird. Now the bird we could, well, I don't want to do it in Blender with the I don't want to do it with the grease pencil because then that complicates our rendering situation kind of a lot, actually, because the grease pencil is only going to render with the OpenGL renderer. Obviously, you could pre-render the grease pencil and then smack the visuals back in there. It is kind of complicated because actually, this is one of those little cursed shots where everything you might want to do, like you say, well, why don't we just, why don't we just do the smoke in Blender? I mean, you could motion track this, because, well, no, you don't need to motion track it, actually, come to think of it. Because that's all, by the way, while we're here, does anybody notice that the mountain is kind of floating around? Kind of a lot in the background. So that mountain thing needs to be fixed too, for sure. Let's see what we can fix on a piece by piece basis. I think that's our strategy. Okay. All right, so this is really not what we need. This is the Krita, the layered version, and actually I don't think that's what we want. What we really want is to go into the layers and let's fix up some things piece by piece, shall we? Okay, let's do that. So 325. Okay, here are our assets. So the first thing let's do is let's fix this stupid looking mountain thusly. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and stick this in as a new document so I can just make changes to it, and that's that. So you can see the level of ugliness that we're dealing with here. The transparency, you know, this is one of those sort of conundrums. Crazy as it is, I think the best solution, because what I want to do is, like, if I sample this color or something, it's not really going to pick up the level of transparency, and there's no way I'm going to match it. So I have to, this is a bit of a strange situation in that I have to come up with a different way to make this work. So here's my idea. Here's my crazy idea. I'm actually going to take this and I'm going to use the animate tool, and I guess I want to hit Alt. Yeah, see, even that's not going to work. I would almost have to liquefy this. So those of you who okay, yeah, I don't really want to cut it like that. So this might look like a really strange thing that I'm doing, and it is. The reason I'm doing it this way is that I simply need to extend the lower edge of the mountains down so that when I re-render the background painting, I don't have some strangeness going on. And this little area right here is kind of wrecking everything, if the truth be known. So probably that's okay though. As long as it's sort of squished down here, I don't think I'm going to see that. But, okay, so I know that looks really, really bad. I'm pretty sure it's not going to matter. So I'm just going to save that image and let's be done with it. Okay. So now the more complicated situation, I suppose, is going to be this. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to add smoke coming out of the chimney, right? So let's bring this into a new document. And now to make this work, we're going to have to create an image sequence. Okay. That's interesting. What are we in solo mode here? Yep, I guess we were. Okay, so how are you going to do smoke? Well, there's a zillion ways to do smoke. What I'm going to do first is I am going to lay in... actually, I kind of like the red. I think I'm going to lay in a red background. Alright, so when you have solid red, it's kind of like really easy to see stuff in front of it. So you can kind of see what you've got. So boom. So now what we're going to do is, do we have some kind of brush that's like a smoke kind of brush? We've got clouds. And of course I could look through the long list of brushes and find something that kind of sort of works. But I think I'm actually going to use the cloud brush just because I'm feeling adventurous. Okay, now if we're going to do what we're going to do, theoretically, we're not going to see the cloud rise out of the chimney because it's already risen out of the chimney. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to just take the cloud brush, and I am going to blur this, by the way. I'm going to blur it. I'm going to do this. Okay, and then actually let's go into erase mode. And obviously if this was really going on, it would sort of diffuse as it goes up out of the sky. And so ultimately this is going to be semi-transparent, like so. And then the blurring we'll deal with shortly. So this really needs to be 8 frames a second so we can see what it's really going to look like. And then what I'm going to do in this particular case is I think I'm just going to, well, I mean, there's 2 ways to do this. Actually, this is the best way to do it. From what I've done before, this is what I would say. With smoke, is what you do is you take what you drew on the previous frame, and let's say this is the pace we want it to rise at. We're going to go about, you know, what would that be on in the screen? Maybe a few millimeters. Okay. So let's actually say let's just use one brush stroke. Okay. So I don't want to be in erase mode, by the way, but I am going to turn the opacity of this down. Okay. So there's my one brush stroke. So watch this. This is actually, I think, going to work quite well. All right. So now what I'm going to do is hit the animate tool, or the free transform tool, I should say. And then I'm going to grab the brush and just add another puff of smoke. Okay, and we're just going to keep doing this. All right, and now the thing you're going to complain about is that what's happening up here is not going to really have much noise to it, in the sense of, you know, natural variation and stuff. But actually, we can fix that by putting a layer over top of it that's sort of got some scribbled stuff, maybe in erase mode, so that as everything goes up, it gradually masks out and disappears. It's not going to animate it, but it will give it a little bit of, you know, sort of fading out as the smoke rises. So I think that'll work pretty well. And A key, free transform tool. B key, add another puff of smoke. And I'm just going to kind of do this for a bit. And this will definitely help the shot. It's going to make it look pretty. Give it some life. Give it some sparkle. So who's out there this morning? Doesn't look like, well, it looks like there's one concurrent user. So Hello, concurrent user. How are you this morning, concurrent user? Okay, B key, little puff of smoke. A key, up we go. B key, puff of smoke. A key, up we go. B key, puff of smoke. That's pretty cool, actually. Let's loop it and see what happens if we loop it. Boom, boom. Yeah, I like that. Now I'm going to keep going. I'm going to really stretch this out. And I may actually layer this over itself but offset so it actually creates a seamless loop. If you have no idea what I mean by that, well, keep paying attention. And you will come to understand, Luke. Yes, Luke, you will come to understand that you must trust. You must trust the Force. You must trust your feelings. If you don't trust your feelings, trust your teacher. If you don't trust your teacher, trust your drug of choice. Kidding. Not encouraging drug use. Alright, so we'll go like this. And we'll go like this. So this is one of those things that's fairly zen. You sort of just lose yourself in it a bit, and it's a fairly peaceful process. Pretty good way to start the day, actually, as far as the work goes. It's because it's kind of brainless. And it's brainless, and yet it actually looks kind of surprisingly good. So that's always a fun thing. Now, I'm actually curious. I'm thinking about one thing that I've never tried before that would probably be a really cool idea, which is, what if we added a transform mask? What if we add a liquefy transform mask to the layer so that as the smoke goes up, it gets splayed out and stretched? I don't think we would use liquefy mode. I think we'd use probably perspective mode. We've got to try it. We must try it. Okay, so if we're going to do that, let's pause a moment so we don't lose our work. Alright, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go with 325, and I'm going to call this, I'm going to create a folder and call this, well, I guess we'll just call it smoke rising for now. And the fact that it's the monastery with the smoke rising is kind of a gimme. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is, well, actually, I guess I can save this. This is going to save the ping. That's just the static image we started with, but it's also going to save the Krita file, so the animation's baked into it. So that's cool. So we'll render to the folder I just created. Okay, so what was I talking about? Let's try this. I've never really tried using a transform mask ostensibly to stretch something. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go like this in perspective mode, and I'm going to just stretch this way out like that and stretch it way out like that. Now it should be the case. That's a little extreme, actually. Guess I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. I don't want it to be that extreme. But the idea is that because it's a transform mask, then as the smoke rises, it should actually just continually sort of spread out. That's the plan. That's the thinking here. If we turn the transform mask off, you can see what we get. Okay, and the problem or the challenge may be that Krita is usually pretty stupid about the way it manages the image data. So this is probably not going to work, but it's worth a try. And to be fair, obviously this is something we could do in Blender as well, so it's got to think about it for a minute. And yeah, so you can see, so basically the way that Krita manages the blocks of pixel data under the hood makes this so that something that should have been so amazingly cool actually doesn't work at all. But it could be that it actually will work. Here's why. I suspect that if I put the smoke in a group, okay, now I'm going to dupe the group, I'm going to make a copy of it, and remove the transform mask on this layer, okay? So now we've got the smoke here in a group, and I'm just going to turn that off because that's sort of my safety backup. Let's see here. Right. Okay. Now it's possible that if I merged this group, that it actually is going to do what we wanted it to do. So let's just hit Control E. I'm thinking Krita's probably going to have to think quite a bit to merge. Hello? Are you trying to merge the group? No, apparently not. Merge the group, curse you. Okay, so now that this is going to take some thought, but if it works, we'll have a pretty cool effect. Now, the other thing I was trying to say was that we obviously could do the same thing in Blender. We could just, when we map it to a plane, we could just stretch out the you know, subdivide the plane and stretch it out so that the smoke is sort of splayed out, I suppose, over time. So, okay, that took a long time, which does lead me to believe it might have actually worked. But it doesn't really look like it. No. Unfortunately, friends, Krita just is not that smart. Or is it? Or is it? Let's find out. Okay, kind of, sort of. Yeah, you know, Krita kind of tried. But ultimately, she failed. So, that's that. Alright, so this paint layer, we might as well just merge this group again and get back to work. So, now the thing about this is really the first part of it is pretty much useless because we really don't want that. We don't want it to start. I tell you what, I'm going to fix it this way. I'm going to go back here. I'm just going to go ahead and we really need the smoke to be kind of going the whole way up all the time. So we have a little bit of latitude on these first few frames of it because the obviously when we enter the scene we are faded from black. So let's just keep using our little happy cloud brush and we'll get her going here. We'll get her going one way or another. Hey Steve, good morning. How are things in the UK? If I'm remembering correctly, I'm pretty sure you're a UK guy. So our little monastery needs a bit of smoke. Now wait a second here. How in the world did my smoke get erased from... Okay, we probably... Okay, so OBS just disconnected and reconnected, but it only took it like 1 second to disconnect and reconnect. So that's really good. So my question for Steve Riggs, since you seem to be the only one who has identified yourself, how's the video quality today? Is everything looking good? Everything look crisp? Any complaints on the visuals? If the visuals look good, then I'm going to keep rocking with OBS Studio, and just with the preview looks pretty sharp. So, yeah. Okay, so here's what you do. This is just like music. It's like dealing with audio samples, actually. What we're going to do is we're going to take the layer and we're going to double it and put it in a group. Now, here's what you do. Let me think about this for a minute. What we really want to do is we want to create a situation where I'm really, actually, I got to think this through. It's one of those things that challenges those of us who deal with the old dyslexia moment. But what we know for a fact is that the transition from any two frames in the middle are fundamentally seamless. Okay? So in other words, if I go like this and make this loop like this from here to here, then now I know that when it gets to the end and rewinds to the beginning, I know it's going to be a seamless loop. You can see you got your seamless loop there. The problem now, of course, is in the middle. So what do you do about the middle? All right. Looks like OBS did its disconnect reconnect thing again. But again, it's so brief, I don't think you guys are losing much. Visuals are a bit blurry, but that could be my connection. I don't know. I don't know. It's probably... me see here. I'm going to make this full screen just to see. Yeah, the visuals are a bit blurry. I'm not loving that. I'm going to look at my settings and I'm going to try something. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump this up to 2400 and apply that. Okay, and I'm actually going to stop the stream and restart it here and see if it's streaming. Okay. Okay, so the kilobit rate just increased a good bit. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm not going to do it this moment, but probably a bit later I'll switch it to. We'll run with this for a bit and see what it looks like, and we may switch to a constant bit rate here in a bit. But it's nice that I'm kind of glad that YouTube will. I can keep the stream going and actually stop the OBS. I can stop it from streaming, but it doesn't actually kill the live stream. So I can sort of make adjustments if I need to. But one way or another, we'll get this dialed in. So what's my objective here? I'm going to put in a tween for opacity. So here at the end, I'm going to put in another keyframe, tweening, add opacity keyframe. So now what does that really mean? Well, here I'm going to turn the opacity down, and here I'm going to turn the opacity down. But here in the middle, I'm going to turn the opacity back up. And let me see here. That's not quite right. I'm going to turn this off and see what this is doing. Okay. This opacity keyframe should actually be down. This should be up. And this should be back down. Did that work? Yes. Okay, now you can, well, yeah, kind of, sort of. You can tell Krita doesn't really quite know how to manage tweens, but yeah, right, okay. So let's turn this down. We'll just see if we can get Krita to submit. Add opacity keyframe. Add opacity keyframe. Okay, so now I think we got it working. So you need to set your opacity level, then set the tween. And look at Krita flashing and crashing and smashing and acting completely ridiculously stupid. Yeah. Alright, I don't want to get sidetracked with spending all freaking day fighting with things that don't work. This is what we have here is exactly what I intended, so that's good news. It does appear that Krita at least thinks it knows what I was trying to do. So I'm going to take this layer, and we're obviously layering them together. Now let's do the opposite on this layer. On this layer, we will actually start out fully opaque, add an opacity keyframe. But here in the middle, we'll do the opposite. We'll actually bring it down. I'm not going to bring it down all the way. I'm going to bring it down about halfway. Okay. Add opacity keyframe. And actually, truthfully, once you've added a keyframe, I don't actually think you need to. Well, maybe you do. Okay, so now my main loop, the one that's seamless, comes to full opacity in the middle, and the one that's not seamless comes to full opacity at the ends. I think I got that right. Again, for those of us who are slightly dyslexic, this can be quite a mental challenge. And I would say it's supposed to be fully opaque here, and semi-transparent in the middle. Okay? This one is supposed to be it's not even, I mean, this one's not even, oh, I see what's going on. Gotta grab this one. Transparent, opaque, and there it is. It's screwed up. Krita, And okay, so when I'm sort of joking about my dyslexia moment, what I mean is that trying to this is one of the most difficult things for my brain is to I've got this going in this relationship, and I've got this layer going in this relationship in terms of, let's call it the volume of the opacity. And keeping track of which is which is enormously difficult. Enormously. It actually is a lot easier if I just turn one of them off and then remember. I have to remember which is which. And so again, let's go to the Dockers. This is, yeah, see, look at that. This, what I'm dealing with right now is quickly becoming not worth it, actually. Very quickly becoming not worth it. Because this is the type of thing that would actually be pretty easy to do if you could actually rely on Krita to not be stupid. But what I have here in these animation keys, yeah, okay, this is not acceptable. Yeah. Okay, so interestingly, it appears to me that OBS is disconnecting and reconnecting like a ton now. The only thing that's changed is the bit rate. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch to a constant bit rate. And I am going to switch my keyframe interval to 4. I'm going to apply that, and here goes a quick stop and start. Sorry, guys. Boom. And if OBS doesn't start to behave itself, then I'm going to actually just switch to OBS Classic again, because it has less features, and we'll lose the webcam, but at least it works. So this doesn't look too bad, actually. This might be what we were looking for. Yes, look at that. Look at that. Seamless loop. It worked. Whee! Okay. That's what we were trying to accomplish. That's what we were trying to accomplish. Okay. So now, because it's a seamless loop, all we need to do is actually render these first, let's see, that's frame 17, and that's frame 0. So we'll just render from frame 0 to frame 17 as a seamless loop, and then we'll remap it into Blender, and wango bango, we've got our smoke. I'm liking it muy mucho. So there we go. There's that. We're going to come back here. This is 326. No, we don't want 326. We want 325. Well, I'm glad that worked. That's pretty cool. It's not like the most perfect seamless loop you've ever seen in your life, but it really came out pretty close. So smoke rising. We'll just select that folder, and we'll call this smoke, for lack of a more brilliant idea. And we'll render that out, and then we'll pop it back up into Blender. Well, actually, we do need to add our bird flying. So as long as we're here, let's save this Krita file. Entschuldigen Sie bitte. Alright, and I'm going to just create a layer and call it bird. And I'm going to pretend that the other stuff isn't in here. I'm going to just take those guys out. Okay, so what we want to do here is add a keyframe. Insert. Let me think about this for a minute. Yeah, it's just going to be a separate image file. So I'm going to or I should say, image sequence. Okay. So it looks like OBS is maybe acting a little less stupid now that we have a constant bit rate, and visuals, maybe a little sharper. I'm not sure. Okay, so let's keep it simple, folks. You're going, are you actually serious that you're going to use your cloud brush to paint a bird? Yeah, yep, I am. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to shrink this down like that. I'm going to zoom way, way, way in on this bird. Actually, let me think about this for a minute. Nope, we're not going to do it this way. Strike that. G key, E key. Nope, we're going to do it a different way. Here's what we're going to do. This is going to be great. I've done this before. Actually, I probably have a bird flying by sequence that I could pull out, but what the heck, since we're here, it's not going to take that long. Let's just reuse it, or redo it. Okay, so what is my point? Well, my point is that if we go ahead and say, okay, let's have some wings kind of flipping up here in the sky. Okay, it looks more like a bat, doesn't it? Well, that's okay. It's not going to matter. Trust me, folks. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're actually going to have, I'm going to say Birdie is going to push down with his wings, like so. Right? And we're just getting the keyframes of what that looks like. So Birdie is going to, again, push down, pushing down against the air. Okay? And then Birdie's going to go, but there's going to be some resistance. Some resistance to this action. And then Birdie's going to slap those wings way up high. It's like, we broke the resistance. And there we go. Okay, so now this is going to be kind of fast. But there's Birdie flapping wings. Okay? Pretty easy. So now what we're going to do is we're just going to render this out as a 5-image sequence called bird. And we'll just bring that into Blender. And then we can scale it to whatever size we want, right? So we're going from frame 0 to frame 4. And we're going to go ahead and put it in the smoke folder. Actually, let's go up one level. We might as well. And let's actually add a folder, and we'll call this bird. And we'll also call this bird, period. Okay. Alright, so that's that. So now we can save this. Probably should save all this with the everything open so that if we were to open the Krita file later, it would actually kind of sort of make sense when we see all of our layers. So now, what are we going to do? Well, we're going to go back to Blender, and hopefully we can fix some things, right? Let's go back to Blender. Back to Blender. Okay, so now, since we are using OBS, okay, I think I've got a hotkey in here. Yep, okay, so I'm going to switch to Blender. I'm actually switching to my other screen. Alright, so let's just go here and see what we're going to do. Okay, so yeah, I really want to quit. I'm going to transition back down here to Krita. So yeah, there's basically something I need to fix here. Gotta jump back to Krita. And we don't want the merged. Oh brother, this is so amazingly stupid. We're getting into, we're really dancing with major clunk factor here. It's completely my own fault. But let's just stay the course. So 3, 2, 5. Okay. Now I'm going to open Blender back up, and I want to look at a couple things. It appears to me what I just saw with Blender did not quite make sense based on the imagery that I thought I had mapped to the planes. So the question is, why is the initial drawing of the foreground actually been flattened out to the ping that we got from Krita? So that, pretty stupid mistake, but you know, stuff happens. So what I'm going to do is, just to correct that problem immediately, I'm just going to go like this. I'm going to solo this layer and then save the Krita file, because don't particularly love it when my software gives me no indication that saving has actually taken place. That's usually like not necessarily the best possible outcome. So I think I have to basically fool Krita by turning off the layers so that something's actually changed in the file. No, it's saving the crop file. It's not saving the ping. Let's jump back to Blender. This is really annoying. Let's just try not to be annoyed. Okay. No change, because what this means is Krita is refusing to save the ping. Just freaking save the ping. So, okay. Okay. We'll tell you every little thing to do. It's okay. It's okay. What? And there's the Krita file being saved as well. Okay, so why is this strange? It's strange because each of these layers were exported out of Krita and brought into Blender. So why each of these layers are respecting the content of their layer, but the layer on the front, the top, the foreground, is not the layer that was exported from Krita. It is actually the ping image that is sort of the sumupance of the stacked image that you're working on, which doesn't really make sense. Now, it's not a big deal because obviously we can just change what image that points to. But I'm just trying to get back to the base here. I'm trying to get back to home here by, you know, when you've got something that's obviously effed up, for lack of a better term, you kind of want to at least know maybe what went wrong and why, so that you're not going to continue fighting with it all day, right? So it appears to me probably the best course of action here is going to be to just completely, in Blender, I'm taking over this particular image map to a plane and I'm going to manually change it. So something got its lines crossed. So this is important to understand. This is not the path to the image. This is the path to the image. This is just the name of the image item. So I'm going to give it a name and we'll call this foreground. Okay? But then we've got to change the path. Alright. And the path is actually going to be smoke rising. So I'm going to just select the first one. And I am going to change it from a single image to an image sequence. Okay? And then the image sequence should be, I don't even know how many frames it was. What was it, like a dozen? I'll just put in 12 for kicks and giggles. And auto refresh is on, and I want to see what happens here. Okay, so it appears the smoke is moving. And now what's a bit strange, oh darn. Okay, and we want this to be cyclic, or cyclic, however you say that, so that it just loops. Okay, it appears to me that that is working. And the only real problem is that it has the red background, which is definitely a doofus mistake on my part. So I apologize, dear friends, for making a really stupid mistake. So I am going to reopen. Oh man. Oh, I know what I did. Yes, let me think about this for a half second. Okay, let me think about this. Here, what should... Okay, yeah, and Faststone Image Viewer does not understand the CRA file format. If you don't know what the heck I'm talking about, I do apologize. Let's go back here. We're actually going to go to the anime, blah, 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 and we're going to scenes. And I'm thinking that I saved the stupid ping in 325. Ping CRA. Okay. So this is, I really, really, really freaking majorly apologize right now. This is, hey Max, this is dyslexia moment off the chart right now. We are off the chart. Trying to, we're going from a Krita file to the ping that represents the Krita file, because I always run them in tandem, to a ping that was loaded from an image sequence that was rendered from the Krita file, which I then also saved as a Krita file, but I'm not sure that I saved that Krita file in the folder that's named after the ping, or whether it's on the folder outside of it, or whether it's actually even one level up from that, which would be the scenes folder. Okay? It's a cluster. You know what the last 4 letters of that word are. It's a cluster mess. We want to be family friendly here if we possibly can. So it's a cluster mess. But, you know, to be fair, it's good that you guys see this, because this kind of thing can happen all the time. This is where you're working with a sequence of assets that kind of build on each other. Think about it. You know, we've got this Blender file. Hey, Walter. You've got a Blender file, but the Blender file is referencing the ping images, and the ping images were rendered from the Krita file, and the Krita file is also represented on the hard drive as a single ping image, which is in the storyboard. So you're going storyboard to Krita to output to folder to Blender. It's really easy. So for you guys to see this is really a good thing, because when you get past the most like stupidly trivial project, you're going to run into these sorts of file management issues, and it all goes wrong. It all went wrong about, I think, about 10 minutes into this live stream, where I saved the ping image and also saved it as a Krita file and didn't pay attention right then to where I was saving it. Right then, everything went off the rails, and that could be perfectly fine unless what happened, which is you get about 2 steps downstream and you realize there's something back upstream that needs to be fixed. I tell you, again, once you get past the most trivial project, and maybe you guys have experienced this in your own work or whatever, but this can happen so easily. So now we need to solve it. Well, I'm in the folder. I'm in the 325 folder. And in the 325 folder, there's a subfolder called 325. Now, traditionally, that represents this folder. Oh boy, I really want to explain this. Okay, so I'm in Krita yesterday. You guys were watching yesterday. I'm in Krita, and I just rendered the image sequence. Actually, I didn't render the image sequence. I apologize. What I rendered was all the layers. I saved all the layers as individual images. Okay? Let's just backpedal and understand what happened here. So we've got a folder 325, and 325 represents actually this Krita file. So now this is our starting point. Okay, so I exported the layers to folder number 325, because that's where we keep the assets. That's where we keep the assets for scene number 325. Okay, so in the 325 folder, boom, there it is. There's everything that we had. The mountains, the sky, the sketch, the background, the foreground. It's all there, except now the foreground is corrupted. And it's got a still image of smoke, and it's got the bird over top. Well, how did that happen? Well, what happened was I loaded this specific image because I knew this was what I wanted to modify. So I loaded that into Krita, did the animation, and without thinking, I saved the Krita file, but it resaved the ping that I started with, which, you know, is basically a snapshot of the asset that was brought into Blender. So the obvious fix to this problem is to go into Krita, not in this one, but to go into 325. So let's just go down to 325. We're going to backpedal. We're almost done here, actually. We don't have very far to go to fix this. So now what we want to do is we want to go into 325, and we're going to find a Krita file. Oh, there it is. That's the problem. Okay? So now to fix the overall problem, what we would do is get rid of all these, and we want to resave this not as the Krita file that it is, but we want to save it as a ping, right? And what ping do we want to save it as? This one, paint layer merged. We can confirm that. Let's come back here, and we see that paint layer 4, it actually says paint layer pasted merged. Paint layer 4 pasted merged. Paint layer 4 pasted merged. Boom. And it's also going to save it as a Krita file, which is just fine. So now what should happen is everything in Blender should be fixed. Okay? So we're going to, I generally save my Blender file first just to be safe. And when we open this back up, this is, it is fixed actually, but I had already changed it. Okay, so let's change this to a single image. And then let's go back here. We're just recovering now. We're just getting back to our starting point. Paint layer 4 pasted merged. There. See, now we're back to normal. Now we're back where we started. This is where we should have started, you know, whatever, 15 minutes ago. Okay, so let's say we still probably have one more issue to just double check before we can move forward and put the smoke in the shot, which is that if we look at our smoke rising, I accidentally had the stupid red background in the render. Dave, how dumb can you be? Dude. Well, I can pretty much be that dumb. So now I'm going to hit Control R, and we're going to switch back to 325, smoke rising. We're going to re-render this image sequence. Okay? And now this is kind of important. Krita lets you Krita lets you browse to the folder but not specify the image sequence. So that means that I have to sort of guess at the image sequence name, which is smoke period. Okay. So again, it's a little bit silly, but so we're going to type in smoke period. 17 frames. Yep, it'll save over it. Blah, blah, blah. We're almost done. We go back here, and guess what? Magically, these are all like they're supposed to be. You can't see the smoke, but that's because of the alpha channel. So we're going to go back to Blender. Now what we're going to do is we're going to fix this. Now we're getting into the point where we can actually be a little bit productive here. We're going to change this to an image sequence, and we're going to change its source. We're in the texture tab here, right? So we've got the material tab. We got the texture tab. We're changing this from an image, a single image, to an image sequence. And the image sequence, we got to get up out of here and go into the smoke rising folder, and we're going to grab this. We just need to grab the first one. That's fine. And then I want to actually count these images. We're going from 000 to 017. So the actual count is 18, not 17, because it starts on frame 0. So there's 0 to 17 would mean 18 frames. Now I think, and the start should actually be 0. Okay? File, save. Now what should happen is now we're going to see nice smoke rising as this animation unfolds. And it should, okay, so now that's interesting. The blank out frame tells me that we're actually wrong. I'm pretty sure this needs to be started at 1. It's a little confusing, frankly. This business, okay, so I'll just say this. This is important probably to ferret out because this has been a problem in Blender for 20 years. You know, you're trying to figure out what exactly do you mean, Blender, okay? It's an image sequence. If I match the movie length, frankly, if I just turn this number into something else and say match movie length, Blender is not smart enough to figure out that it's an 18 image sequence. Okay, we can do it the hard way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay? I'm not lying to you. There are, in fact, 18 images. But it's like typical programming parlance. Everything is 0 offset, not 1 offset. So you don't start with 1, you start with 0. That's just a programming thing. So 18 images, but they are, in fact, 0 through 18. Okay, so the image count should be 18. And the start, global starting frame of the... Okay, that might actually be... Okay, under the hood, this may be my stupidity. Under the hood, I think Blender's saying, where do you want in my timeline your start point for this image sequence to be? When in your Blender timeline do you want it to start playing? So we'll go with that. Offset. What happens if we go to -1? Oh, that is so confusing for people. I know it is, but that's what actually works. Okay, well, it kind of sort of makes sense. Let's ferret this out, because you guys, this is something you should understand if you're going to dick around with Blender. Okay? So the actual number of frames in the sequence is 18. The start has nothing to do with your image sequence, actually. So in other words, if I put this, I suspect, I could actually be wrong about this, but I think if I set this to 15, what's going to happen is for the first 14 frames, you're going to see the first image, and the smoke's not going to be rising. And then on probably frame 15, it'll start animating. But in fact, that's not true. Now, it could be that that's because of the auto refresh or the cyclic. I suspect it's because of the cyclic, because that means, yep, see, there you go. Okay, you see what just happened? Look closely. It's exactly what I said. Cyclic causes it to loop. So if cyclic is on, it's going to loop no matter where you set the start point. But if cyclic is turned off, then what the start point is, again, this has nothing to do with your image sequence. This is the Blender timeline. When in the Blender timeline do you want the image sequence to start playing? You guys get that? This is really important to understand. So see, nothing happens, and we get to frame 15, boom, there it goes. Okay? So that's what's going on. And then by the way, it plays through one time and it stops. That means that essentially, unless you want an image sequence to play only one time through, but you want to decide when it starts, other than that scenario, the start point is almost useless. It's almost a useless thing to even have in there. And I think it's extremely confusing, because you're going to think start point has something to do with your image sequence, and it doesn't. Now, the pop-up is somewhat helpful. It does say global starting frame of the image sequence. So we'll give Blender credit for that. What we want is we want to understand these two. We're saying we have 18 images, but we want it to start on frame 0, not frame 1. That means we have 18 images, but start at 0. 18, 1 to 18, no, we want to offset. We want it to be 0 to 17. Actually, I should do this in reverse because you guys are looking at me. So, okay, so we're going from 1, wait a minute, but I forgot. I have my camera flipped. So, oh boy, that's another double dyslexia moment. I'm not even going to try to sort that out. Okay, but you guys get it. So by having 18 frames but starting on -1, that means we're going from 0 to 17, which is in fact what actually happens. By turning on cyclic, we force it to loop. I suspect that if we changed the offset to something like 8, let's say, let me see what that does. Yeah, it's more confusion than I care to deal with. Now, the only thing you can animate here, really, actually, is the offset. So it's extremely confusing if you don't understand it. But if you had an image sequence, this is where we're getting into kind of deep Blender stuff. If you had an image sequence that was, let's say, it was 3 poses of someone's face. Smiling, frowning, neutral, let's say. So you got 3 poses, and what you want to do is you want to just map your image of your faces to a plane and then set up a rig in Blender. And so you've got it mapped to a plane so that you can then deform it or do whatever you want. But the idea is that you want to animate when it's going to change expression. Well, the way you would do that is you're going to have an image sequence of 3 frames. Again, if it's 0, 1, 2, you're going to have an offset of 0 if you want the first one to be what shows. You're going to turn auto refresh on, and you're going to turn cyclic off so it doesn't loop. And then you're going to, this is the part that's really weird, you're going to set your number of frames to 1. Because what you're really telling Blender is, I want you to think there's only one frame, and then when I animate the offset, I'm changing which frame I want you to show. So if you have an image sequence with a series of faces, for example, then you would actually not set this to the number of faces. You would just set it to 1, because you're telling Blender, I only want you to ever actually show one image. I'm not wanting you to play a sequence. And then what you do is you animate the offset. So it's a little tricky, but anyway, for this we've gotten it figured out. We've got 18 frames of smoke rising. We've got an offset of -1, which means it's going to play from 0 to 17. We've got auto refresh, which means it's going to automatically play the sequence. And we've got cyclic, which means when it gets to the end of the sequence, it's going to start again at the beginning. Let's see what happens. And lo and behold, look what it does. Our smoke is rising into the sky. Now, the thing I told you a little bit earlier about the character, you say, well, Dave, you're an idiot. Why are you sitting here telling us all this crap? Well, because we're about to use it in this very scene. Okay? Because that's how we're going to animate the bird. We wouldn't have to. We could animate the bird in a couple different ways, but I'll show you here in a minute. We're going to see what's going to happen. And this is actually going somewhat... In the use of image sequences in Blender, we're kind of going deep, actually. Loving my coffee. But it's early in the day. I'm like, let's rock and roll, man. Let's just do it. Now, one thing I do want to check is my sky. Or, I'm sorry, not my sky, my mountains. Okay, so it looks like the fix that I did to the mountains image, it looks like it worked. So I'm going to go a little further forward in my sequence and hit render again just to see. And indeed, kind of, sort of, but not really. I'm not really loving that. These mountains are going to be a bane in my side here, folks. But that's okay. We're working with it. We're working. Okay. So I see what the problem is. And again, this is, believe me, folks, I get that this is the ugliest, kludgiest, stupidest looking thing ever. I get it. I'm not even going to try to explain why I have to do it such a stupid way. In other words, what should be happening right now is I should be just simply redrawing the mountains. But because it's transparent, there's no way I'm going to match the transparency. And what I figured out is that this flaw right here, this glitch in it, is simply not going to matter because we don't actually see it. So all I'm doing is stretching this mountain out so it goes below the horizon. Yep, I just want to stretch that so it goes below the horizon. And now, when we jump back to Blender, I'm going to, as I said, normally I hit save. And then let's just reload the scene. And I'll bet you we're going to see now that the mountain, the end of the mountain is not sticking up over the horizon in a completely idiotic way like it was a moment ago. And indeed, look, see? See, that's what I just fixed, is that right there. Okay, so now we've got our smoke, and the only thing we're going to complain about is we want our bird. Well, the bird's going to be in the foreground-ish. I'm going to say let's put the bird here-ish. I'm going to turn off only render so I can see my grid. What I'm going to do is actually switch to the top view and just click right there so the cursor is somewhere. Yeah, we'll put the cursor there. Okay, so I'm hoping that the image sequence I'm about to add is going to be created on the cursor. But I'm going to import images as planes. And I'm going to go to the bird folder. Okay, so now we've got 5 images, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to turn on emit, and we're going to animate the image sequence. Now that is going to have to be changed if we want to actually modify the way that it loops. And we may or we may not. We'll see. Okay, so it did what we asked, and now what we want to do is go to the camera view and see how big this bird is. Okay, and that bird is pretty freaking big. So the first thing we're going to do, actually stop. I want to go to my dope sheet, and I don't want to be way up here. Okay, I don't want to add a keyframe there. What I want to do is now at frame 0, let's shrink the bird down to roughly the size it should be, and let's put it at its starting point, which we do want to have it be off screen. Now we have a little bit of a danger here. So let's make sure a couple settings aren't like stupid. The first setting I want to change here is this one. Let's only include channels related to selected objects and data. That way I only see the bird in the dope sheet. Why? Because if I have auto keying on, and I kind of want to leave auto keying on, then what's going to happen is the camera is going to pan over. And so what I'm doing is I'm wanting to just make sure that the bird is where it belongs at my starting point. Okay, so the bird's starting point is going to be around here. So let's take this first keyframe of the bird and actually drag it to there. All right, and I'm going to hit the, okay, so now I'm going to hit the up arrow so it actually goes to that exact keyframe. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the bird to there. So it's just barely off screen, okay? You guys, I swear I must have, like, there are 9 viewers right now. Hey, Dirt, there are 9 viewers right now. You guys must all be listening to me like a podcast. Like you're not even looking at the screen. You can't be, because I just looked up at OBS and we've been on the wrong screen for the last freaking half hour or something. Like everything I just went through, all this stuff in Blender, you didn't even have on your screen. OMG. Holy crap. What a complete waste of effort. Why didn't somebody just say, hey, by the way, Dave, you're on the wrong screen? Oh my God. Complete waste of effort. Everything I taught about how to do image sequences and offsets and everything in Blender, I think was, you didn't see any of it. It wasn't even on the fucking screen. Oh my God. Okay, that's actually enough to make me want to like stop streaming like right now and just say, screw this today. Why am I even doing this? Wow. That's a wow moment. Not your guys' fault. I understand, but geez, I just like kind of mad because I wish somebody would have said, by the way, we can't see your stupid screen. 3 minutes? Okay, well, if it was only on the wrong screen for 3 minutes, that I can live with. I can't remember why I switched, but holy cow, that's not good. Okay, so it sounds like probably the stuff I covered with all the image sequence stuff probably is okay. All right. Let's just keep moving forward. So what happens here, folks, is the camera's gonna, and sorry to be so, let's say frisky about it. Let's say frisky. You know, here's the truth. I'm trying to do a good job here, people. I'm trying to do a good job. That ain't a good job. Okay? Okay, good. Thank you, Art of Law. I greatly appreciate that, because I hold myself to a reasonably high standard. What can I say? Okay. All right, so so this thing is going to be going, and by this time in Vegas, we're pretty much starting to dissolve out. Okay? That's got to be one of the most annoying things that's happened in a long time. I mean, I have stuff that's annoying that happens all the time, you know, because of because of software usually, but that's a biggie right there. Okay, so now I think probably the bird is not also, would the offset issue not occur if the image sequence was named 1 to 18 instead of 0 to 17? That's a fair question. Let's deal with it on the basis of the birds. I think it's probably a really good way to look at it too. What we see here with the bird, I'm thinking that the add-on that does import as image sequence, which by the way is baked in, it's not baked in, but it's turned on by default in Blender 2.8. So the way that I brought this in with that plugin, if you're using Blender 2.8, that will work just fine. Okay, so having said that, what we do notice here is that the bird's wings are not flapping. Okay, the bird's moving around, but his wings are not flapping. For his wings to be flapping, we would turn on cyclic. That's it. That's all we need to do. So now what it's going to do is it's going to loop through the sequence. right? Now, the problem that we might have is what if, and I will show you guys this. What I'm about to show you is actually kind of a complicated thing that I think there are very few people who know how to do it. I mean, like, even in the Blender world, there's very few people that have grokked this out and figured out, oh, that's what you do. If I knew that, I would have been having all kinds of fun with image sequences years ago. Okay? So it's a really, really big deal. But let's look at the default starting point. The starting point is that the plugin did exactly what I did manually, so it knows what to do. It knows that there are 5 images, but they're numbered 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And what did it do by default? It did exactly what we said earlier. It set the offset to -1, so you have 5 frames, but you're starting on 0. Number 1. Number 2, again, as you notice, the offset. Okay, I stopped to let OBS reconnect. And while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to check, before I go further, I'm going to check one setting in OBS as far as the reconnect timeout, because it seems to me that that took, it seems to me that that took longer than one might prefer. So I'm on the other screen working with this. And I've got to remember which tab the disconnect reconnect is on. I believe it's in output. Rate control, recording. So forgive me guys for having to take a moment. I just want to OBS is pretty cool, but there are some things, maybe it's in the advanced tab. Yes. Okay, retry delay is only 1 second. So there's really nothing I can do about that to make it any better. So anyway, okay, so the question here, the magic question, I'll answer after I specifically answer the art of laws question. So the answer to your question is the image sequence name has absolutely nothing to do with it. The name is bird.000 ping. The name is simply referencing the first image in the sequence. Okay? So I think what you're asking, that I don't even know if you're going to put in a different quote-unquote name, change it to 1-18 instead of 0-17, where would you do that? There's no place to do that. This is the first image in the sequence. This is merely the Blender object that references this image sequence. So this could be named anything. We could just change this to bird. Doesn't matter. This is just a name for an asset that's being managed in Blender. This is the name of the first image in the sequence. If I switch this from sequence to single image, then Blender would just reference that image. And of course we could browse and change it, but right? So this is everything that has to do with the sequence, and the way it plays back is here. And basically for your purposes, the start point is irrelevant. Okay? There are reasons why sometimes it isn't irrelevant, but for our purposes today it's irrelevant. Okay, so with these basic settings, by simply turning on cyclic, those 5 frames are going to just loop. So the question is, what would we do if we wanted to have more control over that looping? And again, it's a bit complicated. I'm actually going to save the Blender file right now because I'm almost sure that tweaking this sequence playback is not what I'm going to want to do. But it might be. So I'm going to try. Alright, so just to make things as simple as possible, I'm going to go to the front view and just zoom in on the bird so that I can actually go back to the first frame before the bird started moving and just work with the bird alone. Obviously, another thing you could do, I got to remember the hotkey, I haven't done it in a long time, is isolate mode. I was thinking it was the slash key, but it doesn't appear. Slash key. Anybody know what the hotkey is for isolate mode nowadays? But what does isolate mode do? It basically erases everything on your screen except the thing that's currently selected. Quite useful. Might be the... Yep, there it is. Isolate mode is the slash key on your numpad. So if I go to the slash key on my numpad, okay. So the only real problem I have here is that the bird did in fact move, and I want it, the animation is from here to here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually hit X and delete this keyframe and move this keyframe way up here, so that up until we hit frame 66, the bird sits and stays in one place. Okay. Well, why did we do that? What I want to do is I want to dink around with the animation. Okay, so the key to having control, and again, the idea is that what if this was like a face with multiple shapes, or a hand where maybe you've got puppet animation, you've got a hand that's closed, open, flipped, whatever. So you got different poses, and you just want to switch to the different poses at certain times. With puppet animation, that is a common thing you'd want to do. How do you do it in Blender? Again, very non-intuitive. Here's how you do it. Number one, you definitely turn off cyclic. You don't want it to loop. Cyclic kind of overrides everything, and it's going to loop no matter what you do. So you don't want that on. Number two, and I have to remember here to a degree, I'm pretty sure that you want auto refresh turned on. But it might be that we want it turned off. I can't remember. For the moment, I'm going to assume we want it turned on. If we have it turned on, okay, we want it turned off. If we have it turned on, then no matter what we do, our sequence is, again, going to play through one time. There it goes. It's going to play through one time. So auto refresh enforces that. There's nothing you can do about it. We don't want that. And if we turn on cyclic, nothing happens unless auto refresh is on. So auto refresh says play the sequence. Cyclic says make it loop. So this, if the reality is, in terms of programming, this cyclic should be grayed out, and that should actually be impossible to click unless this is on, because there is no scenario where this makes sense. Cyclic makes no sense unless auto refresh is turned on. How do you animate it? Here's how. This is the part that's the thing most people don't know. What you do is you actually change the number of frames to 1. Okay? So now, in a sense, Blender doesn't know that it's an image sequence. If I change the offset now, look at this. If I change the offset, now I'm just changing which image shows, 0 through 4. So then what you do is you just hit the I key. Well, you put your mouse over the offset and you hit the I key and you animate the offset. Now what I'm going to do is go forward 2 frames. Okay? And now I'm going to switch to the first image, or I should say the second image. Actually, it's image 1. And I'm going to again hit the I key and insert a key. So you can see the keyframes getting inserted here. So I'm going to keep doing this. I'm going to let the bird languish for a moment at the bottom of the motion. And then I'm going to go ahead and hit insert another keyframe. By the way, I should mention, because this is an animatable property, excuse me, and automated keying is turned on, I don't actually need to hit the I key. Okay, so that's kind of an important point. So now here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and toggle forward through these 3, and oops, we don't want that. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and erase that keyframe because that's redundant. Now here's the part where it gets kind of sort of interesting. It really does. Okay, first thing you'll notice is because the offset's animated, we now have complete control over our image sequence. And in my case, what I'm going to do is I like the bird languishing for a moment at the bottom. And I'm going to turn off auto refresh and cyclic and see what happens. Okay, so nothing happens. Okay, so here's what's actually going on here. You want auto refresh turned on. Cyclic is not going to do you any good, actually, because cyclic has nothing to do with the animation of it. It's looking at your number of frames that you're going to loop. So as far as cyclic's concerned, it really doesn't have a function right now. But you want auto refresh turned on means that, in other words, if auto refresh wasn't turned on, then Blender would automate the offset, but you wouldn't see it because you've got to tell it through the auto refresh to go ahead and refresh what image is being shown on your sequence. Okay? So now we have this, and again, I'm going to let the bird's action languish at the top of the motion. I want to check something here. Okay. Okay, so now here is the part I'm gonna show you something here, guys. This is actually why it's so powerful. I'm going to go shift duplicate, and I'm going to just run this forward so that we get this. Okay, now you see how it's kind of, the bird's kind of jumping around and it's kind of crazy motion? Here's why. This is the part that I think most people don't understand or know. If you don't have auto refresh turned on, it's not going to refresh the image on the plane, and therefore nothing's going to appear to happen. Here's the problem. If you turn auto refresh on, look very closely at what's happening here. It is jumping to this frame on this key. Okay, so it is actually, if you look over here, you can see it is respecting my animated keyframes. But there's a catch, and the catch is, because of auto refresh being turned on, it's actually also playing through. You see that? It's actually still playing the sequence, even though I'm not on, even though there's no animation. So what the heck do you do? Here's the reason. Here's the secret. You want to change your keyframe interpolation, hit the T key, and change the interpolation to constant. Because what's real... And Wango Bango. Okay, Wango Bango. So I lost my webcam because I switched to OBS Classic, but wow, what a mess. What I'm explaining here, and I'm kind of reiterating for my own enrichment, so I remember, is the following. If you're going to animate image sequences in Blender, I've shown how to animate the keyframes by animating the offset. If you want to really control the timing of it, what you want to do is switch the interpolation to constant. That makes Blender specifically switch immediately from one image to the next. The problem is that between frame 0 and wherever your first keyframe is, it's going to automatically play through the sequence even though you don't want it to, because of auto refresh, but you need auto refresh to be on. Therefore, you must set the start point to something less than 1, preferably -1, I would say. Okay? The interesting thing about this that's actually, and by the way, obviously at this point I've only got one concurrent viewer, so only one person's even watching now. I don't know if it's because OBS has been so stupid or I don't know, but what's really kind of cool about this is I can cause this frame to hold for, say, let's just say we cause this pose to hold for 3 frames. But I don't really want to have 50 million keyframes in here. So I'm actually going to get rid of those keyframes. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit the control key. Okay, I got a little glitch here. I'm going to actually hit Z a couple times. I'm going to backtrack a little bit. Okay, let me look at what OBS is doing. So what I wanted to do is do a hold there. And so this actually needs to be there. So what I'll do is I'll go forward a little bit and insert another keyframe. Okay, so now there's another keyframe in there. So now we've got this hold. But from here to here, I actually want this to go all the way to frame 4. So I want it to actually smoothly play from frame 0 to frame 4. And so for this key, I'm going to change the interpolation to linear. So now what Blender's going to do is it's going to hold until there, and then it's going to play through. Let me check the value here. What is the value on this one? Okay, cool. That got me to a image that doesn't obviously exist. So what should happen is hold and then play through, and it doesn't really look, oh, I know why, because we don't have enough time. So I'm going to hit the X key, and now obviously we also need to give it 4 frames. You see that? That's pretty cool. So now this actually, I believe, needs to be 0, and this needs to be 0. So now what Blender's going to do is it's going to hold on frame 0, and then, am I on 0 here? I wish there was a way to see easily the actual value here. I guess this would be 0. Stupid attack here. And then we want this one to be, it's really hard to see what's going on here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that needs to happen over 1, 2, 3, 4 frames. Okay, so now that appears to apparently be 5, not 4. Alright. Oh, this is very, very confusing. Very confusing, Luke. Okay, there, that's what I wanted. Boom. Okay. Okay, so yeah, we're starting at 0. So it's got a big line on the, apparently on 1, not 0. So hold, and then play through, up to the top, then hold again. Play through, hold. Play through, hold. Okay, so you can see the visual representation of what's going on. The only thing about it that I don't really like is that we're getting up here to the top, and I don't really know, I guess we're jumping down here to the start point. So this is kind of interesting. What if we put this there? Nope, can't do that. So yeah, that's the top of the motion, and then play through, get to the top. That's what I wanted. Just a pause. And frankly, I'd like a pause at the bottom as well. Let me see. If we put that there, let me see if I can do that. I'm going to hit Control, click, and then I'm going to go forward 1 frame. I'm going to hit Control, click. I'm going to drag this down, and now I'm going to take these and move them over. So we've also got a 3-frame hold at the top. Okay, so that should be, okay, that's kind of interesting. The only thing is I really would like it to progress through the images. So hold, lift, hold, down, hold, lift. Okay, see, that's what I'm talking about. So now I've got complete control. You know, at the risk of a lot of dinking around, that's for sure. But it worked. It did work. So now, oh my gosh, now what we need to do is, you guys now know everything there is to know about taking an image sequence that might represent different poses or whatever, and animating an image sequence in a way that you can actually control how it plays back over time. And by the way, you can run time in reverse too. If this interpolation were angled this way, then the image sequence would actually start playing backwards. So pretty cool. Pretty cool if you know how to use it. So let's see what happens. Oh boy, this is really, really a bit long, isn't it? Hey, Inyo-san. So we've got the smoke in there. That's groovy. We got the sun rising, and I'm going to actually make the sun rising a little more pronounced here shortly, I think. Just a little bit higher in the sky. All right? And then looky there. There's our bird, but the problem is the bird's starting point is wrong. So that's okay. We can fix that pretty easily. All right. So... What a nightmare. Why, it's an absolute nightmare. Okay, so this is going to be the bird. And I'm going to say, just to be fair, let's just say right here, let's grab the bird. Hello, bird. Hello, bird. Trying to grab you. Bird. Bird! Where are you? Aha! Bird. Okay, back here. Now, what we see is right about here on this keyframe, right there. This bird should be, honestly, probably there. On this keyframe, well, bird's where he's supposed to be. On this keyframe, bird's kind of sort of somewhere in the middle. Okay, cool. Now, we might have to take this whole cluster of frames and move them to the left so they sort of kick off a little earlier. And we can see the problem there. Okay, let's go ahead and just to be safe, we'll give the bird a little offset there so that he's definitely where he's supposed to be. So now I'm going to say, I think birdie should probably be showing up about now. So I'm going to take this keyframe and move it way back to here. So the bird's starting point is there. Now, as we land, birdie is going to be sort of passing through the middle of the screen-ish. Okay, I see what the problem is. Okay, no problem. You see what the problem is, guys? If you know what the problem is, uh, you you guys put something in the chat and you'll get a no prize if you get it right. But what is the problem with the bird? You have 10 seconds to answer. You guys know what the problem is. The problem is, oh, nobody got it. The problem is that these keys right here need to have either a Bezier or linear interpolation. We'll switch it to Bezier. Now, okay. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here and say, well, where is the starting point? I'm going to say, get the bird off screen. Hit the Alt-A, and there goes bird flying around. We've got these wonderful animated wing flaps. Look at that, how he pauses at the bottom of his flight, and he's sort of coasting a bit. Okay, there is a problem. I see a problem. Okay, and this is a great problem to have to solve for you guys who are like wanting to like learn a little Blender stuff. Okay, so what the problem was that if we, I'm going to go back to this screen. If we look at our camera view, the problem is that the bird actually disappeared behind the mountain. Okay, now you think about it, that's kind of a big problem. Why? This is a huge, huge thing to understand. I can't take the bird and move him forward here in Y space. Because if I do, I'm going to have to do it on all the keyframes. Well, what if there weren't 3 keyframes? What if there were 75? No, 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 no. Here's what you want to do in a situation like this, where you've got an animated thing, you've got all this animation baked in, but the whole thing's in the wrong place, and you don't want to have to go through and change 80,000 keyframes. Don't do it. Do it this way. Let's just go back here, kind of near our camera. I'm just going to go like this and kind of find my camera position, just like that. And we could do it exactly, actually, if we wanted to, by grabbing the camera and snapping the cursor to it, but that's not actually what I want to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to insert an empty. Insert an empty, just a plain axis. I'm going to turn the automatic keyframing off, by the way, so that anything I do with my empty won't actually be animated. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, it's a little convoluted. We got to zoom way in here again. Let me see if I can, where is the bird? The bird, actually the bird's way the heck up here. No? Yes, there's the bird. Okay, so you can see how far back the bird is. And it's okay that he's back in the sky to a degree, but what we're going to do is we're going to zip in here, and we're going to take that empty right there, and we're going to hit Control P, and we're going to parent the bird to the object. So that now I can hit GY, and I can move the bird, I can move forward in Y space, so that the bird, that the plane the bird is on is actually in front of the mountain. And now the bird will continue to do his animation, woo, through the sky, everything's cool, but everything will be offset by the parenting to this empty. Now, to be honest with you, the way I did this was pretty stupid. Having these two so far apart really is not the greatest idea in the world. I only did it that way because this area of my screen was pretty open, you know, and I knew I'd be able to find the empty really easily. So what we should see now we're not seeing. So, like everything, every single time you... Okay, looky. Look at our problem. So now we can fix that easily. See that? How do we fix that easily? We go to front mode. We've already got the empty selected right there. Okay, so now we just look through the camera and we grab the empty, hit the G key, and just move the empty down here. And that takes the bird's animation, offsets the whole thing, and let me make sure that he's not passing through something he shouldn't. Okay, and now there's one more little tiny caveat which could cause a problem. Oh brother, that empty. Having it positioned actually in front of the camera in Y space is pretty stupid actually. But we're going to keep rocking here. We're going to keep working with it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take the empty and I'm going to start shrinking it. Now you can see that that's shrinking the bird a little bit as well, which was my intent. But because I shrunk it, now the bird's in the wrong position again. That's okay. That's okay. Welcome to the world of 3D CGI. This is the kind of stuff you have to do like all the time. So we're going to fix it. We're going to get the bird kind of sort of where it wants to be here in the frame. And the good thing is, because of that, we can really massage how and when the bird flies in. And I actually really like the way he's flying up and out. I like that. He's soaring through the clouds. Okay, file, save. Everything's working. So I'm going to just hit Control F12 and let things render. I had mentioned maybe making the sun rise a little higher in the sky, so I guess to be fair I should probably do that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is scan out here and boom, grab the sun. Did I grab the sun or did I grab the... I did not grab the sun. There's the sun. Okay, now I've got Blender set so that it only shows keyframes for the currently selected item, which I tend to prefer. Otherwise your dope sheet will become unwieldy. I promise. So what we've got is the sun going whoop up into the sky, and it ends here. So if I hit the up arrow, it goes to that keyframe, and all I have to do is hit G, Z, and we're going to just get the sun up a little higher on the horizon. That's it. That's it. We're done. We've got our smoke flowing out of the roof or the chimney. We've got our bird flying through. We've got our mountain fixed. We've got our sun rising into the sunshiny sky, and now we're going to just render this thing, Control F12. And by the way, I'm going to make one final change. Let me see here. I'm going to actually change my output settings. I think it causes a bigger memory footprint, but I really don't need that much fragmenting on the render. So, performance. I'm going to make my tile size 256 instead of 64. Just see how that goes. 256. I've gone higher, but we'll try. Save our work. Save, save, save. Control F12, and it generally tends to make things render a little faster at the cost of a bigger memory footprint. Now, at some point, we may be going back into this drawing and tightening up the details, but we shall see. So, meanwhile, we can start closing things. We don't need any of this stuff, and rather than, if I go back to Vegas right now, it's going to try to re-show the image sequence. It's tiny. Oh, I think you're referring to the bird. And yeah, I did actually want the bird to be kind of tiny on the screen. It's just something, it's just a little bit of noise, a little bit of action, something you see happening, you know? So, let's go to our storyboard. What time is it? What time is that? I started at 7, so we're pushing 2 hours to get that animated establishing shot pounded into shape in 2 hours is actually not too bad. Not too shabby. But I really want to get back to work, so I'm going to get back to work. Okay, yesterday, the last thing I did at the end of the day was I took the still images of Mel and Asher, and I literally in moments cut and pasted them into Tahoma, as well as cutting and pasting their backgrounds. The reason I did that, even though I do favor Krita most of the time, the sequence we're about to enter in the script is just this batch of dialogue. The last thing Mel said in the last piece I did was, "What is it?" So Asher says, "Prince Vespa to be betrothed to Tianara." Mel says, "Okay, who's Tianara?" "Galiana's daughter." "What? You mean that one girl?" Lucky prince. Okay, so that's the acting that goes on. So it's a bunch of dialogue, right? Bunch of dialogue. So I thought, okay, let's bring it, and based on my storyboard, which I've sort of lost my place in the storyboard. Okay, yeah, right here. In the storyboard, you can see all it is just back and forth between Asher and Mel for about 20 seconds. And then we go into a really complicated establishing shot, actually. This one's going to be fun, by the way. You see these villagers in the foreground, right? They're all sort of celebrating because the prince is getting married today, right? Whoops. And then it pans past them to reveal the palace in the background, and then keeps zooming up to this window in the background, which is where we find, and then it switches to a door lock getting unlatched, and then we discover that here's Tianara in chains, getting ready to be married off to the prince against her will. So it's really a cool sequence we're about to enter. But we need to finish this first, and it's just a bunch of dialogue. But there is a little bit of acting required that might benefit from the plastic tool. So what I'm going to do, since Blender is rendering, we're all set up in Tahoma, and in fact the first line of dialogue I think I already did. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop for like 2 minutes because I need to go get Zuko up because he's, you know, jumping around in his cage, and right now it's covered because we covered it at night, so it's really dark in there. So sit tight for 2 minutes, and then we'll come back. We'll pound out the dialogue on this stuff. Then we'll do the secondary animation, probably with the plastic tool for the most part, and then we will probably be ready to actually move on to the next complete sequence. Okay, so rock and roll. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, Zuko's good to go. Hey, Darren. A little bit of a feisty beginning here this morning. And where the heck did I set my glasses? Hold on, guys. I set my glasses somewhere. Okay. Yeah, I am a little too high bandwidth today. Well, it's understandable. I was a little annoyed by being on the wrong screen, which would only have happened because I was using OBS Studio, testing some things out, and so that was questionable. And then Blender was acting a little funky on how it was managing my keyframes. It's actually pretty remarkable. It's actually pretty remarkable with animation software and just the workflow, how much time we deal with, how much time we as animators give to dealing with that which is not working. It's actually kind of astonishing how much of the time things are actually kind of going wrong. But we definitely learn to solve problems. and what happens is that we always wind up getting it working. It always winds up working, kind of, sort of. We stumble and crash and smash our way to some result that is sort of acceptable. So yeah, that first segment, first 2 hours was rough, but we did it. So right now Blender is rendering, and obviously we've added beautiful billowing smoke in a seamless loop coming up out of the chimney. We've added a bird flying by in the background. We have got the sun a little higher in the sky. The overall sequence from yesterday looks amazing, and Darren will be happy to know that we're actually back in Tahoma. But when I got up to go get some nuts for Zuko, because I'm in a high bandwidth mode and I've been a little frustrated, I've been sort of like really kind of fighting against my tools so far this morning. I got up and I put my glasses. I have no idea where I set my glasses. I mean, and I didn't cover much territory. I walked 20 feet in this direction and then into the kitchen. So I didn't go very far. And I literally have no freaking idea where I set my glasses. Not a clue. So what I did was I ran upstairs and got my backup pair. Okay. So again, one way or another, we kind of sort of make it work. Well, this is going to be fun. Once this is done rendering, we'll jump back to Vegas and review the whole sequence from yesterday, but we're going to continue with it now because we've got to get through these lines of dialogue. Fortunately, one of them's already done. Prince Vespa to be betrothed to Tianara. So it'll be also, this will also be fun because once we get the voice, the lip sync in there, it's going to be fun to sort of add a bit of secondary animation. And if you recall from yesterday, if you guys were tuning in, you'll notice that Asher's eyebrows are on a different layer. So this was all cut and pasted from Krita. So again, for the most part I favor Krita, but if the situation calls for it, why not jump to Tahoma? In this case, Tahoma is wonderful because we're bringing in just finished art, right? And the secondary animation that we're going to do is pretty much going to be perfectly appropriate to the plastic tool. I mean, Mel's going to probably cock his head to the left, to his left. That's it. You know, it's just little stuff. Okay? So, he's like, Prince to be married, Tianara. Okay, so what I'm seeing there is, let's look at this. I think I'm going to hit Alt down arrow and give him about another second-ish. And then I'm going to come over here and I'm actually going to add another frame. I'm going to change this pose. Okay, so now this is risky behavior. This is an image sequence that was imported, or I mean it was cut and pasted. So this image right here is in the extras folder. So I think if I hit the D key, I think it will make a duplicate for me. So that's good. So now I can just go in with my paintbrushes and just have all kinds of fun. I'm just gonna sample. I'm gonna hit the R key to sample color, and then I'm just gonna reverse these eyebrows essentially. Just gonna reverse them. Okay. So I'll put this one like this. And I'm thinking maybe something like that for that one. Okay? And now, I'll just grab this. Oops, I'm hitting Control. In Tahoma, I need to hit R for RGB. Sample, and then the B key, and then I'll just go like this. And so in this duplicate image, we'll just kind of reverse his eyebrow orientation from what it was in the previous keyframe. I like it more mucho. Now, there is one caveat. Gosh, I actually think we should probably just hit erase. Just do a lasso erase here. Let me see what that does. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to erase this. Not bad. Let's backtrack and see. So you noticed yesterday the other thing we did, which I really like, is I animated his eyes scanning the page. So he said, so let me get the line of dialogue here. Prince Vespa to be betrothed. Prince Vespa to be betrothed to Tianara. I like it. Okay, so this is why I did this. Okay, because now what we can do is we come back here let's go ahead and let's just go forward. Let's not work it up in layers. Let's just move forward and make sure every moment of the story is working. Meaning what? Meaning I'm not going to jump and do all the dialogue in one blow. I could, but I'm not going to. I'm having more fun this way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and use the plastic tool. All right, so let's hit the X key, create a mesh. That density is a little higher than I think we need. We probably want to be a little more dense than some, though. Okay, mesh margin, we don't need to mess with. This, by the way, is kind of useful. If you have a fairly high mesh density and you put the mesh margin a small number, then what Tahoma does is it generates the mesh for the deformation with the plastic tool really, really close to the edge of your character. Okay? So let's just say, in other words, here's what I'm saying. Let's make the mesh more dense, but then let's turn this down to maybe 2 pixels. Okay? This is actually useful in a way that you might not think of, which is, if this character didn't have shadows already built or baked into it, you could actually map a second layer or level with shadows, like semi-transparent black, in a different level. Use the schematic to pipe the shadow level through the plastic tool, and because of this edge, that would actually do the same thing that the post-production effect does of clamping your shadows to the edge of your character. So, and I've done it that way a few times. It's not like a rule. You can do it that way if you want. If you go down to 1 pixel, let's see, you can see that it makes it pretty tight to your character. Let's actually change this to 0 and see what it does. Okay, it doesn't want to go any lower than 2 apparently. Yeah, I guess 2 is as low as you can go. So, okay. No big deal. I'm going to make the mesh density. And what I was saying is, if you want to really catch all these little fine turns and corners, then you probably want to have a little more mesh density, but that's going to increase the memory footprint kind of a lot, and it can cause the performance of the plastic tool to slow down quite a bit. So anyway, so for Asher, what we're going to do is we are definitely going to open the schematic, and I'm going to set the hotkey for that right now, because the hotkey in Tahoma by default for the schematic, as far as I'm concerned, is wrong, because for years in OpenToonz you hit F3 to open the schematic, and now the hotkey to open the schematic is, oh, there isn't one at all. So we're going to fix that right now. Configure shortcuts, open schematic, F3. That was easy. Now we go to F3, bop down here, and we can see that Asher is going through the plastic tool. What we need to do is have his eyebrows, and this would be Asher's mouth right here. I would say the eyes. Gosh, I'm gonna label these. Asher, eyes. They're not really his eyes, they're actually his pupils, but we want all of this stuff to go through the plastic tool, so that if we change it, if we animate Asher with the plastic tool, obviously we want his entire body to be dragged along with him. We don't want his eyes to be left behind. That would be unsavory. So, having done that, now we better build a skeleton. Now in this case, what we're going to do, go back here, hit the X key again, and we want to be in build skeleton mode. So we're going to create a base. I'm going to put the root a little lower and give myself an extra node there, just because we're going to want to take the whole character and bring him down a bit, obviously. So this will become the effective root of our character. And just to be safe, we'll put a little edge right here that protects, so this stuff can't get deformed. So that's just protection. Okay? Now what we're going to do, let's keep this part as simple as possible. I just want him to be able to sort of cock his head back. Just move around a little bit. So we'll keep that really, really, really simple. But I think later I'm also going to want to let's see. I actually think I'm going to approach this a slightly different way. I think I'm going to go like this. Let me think about this. If we were to bend him at the waist, we would want this, this, this. But what I want to do is I really want sort of a separate control of his hands. So this will move a little bit. And man, I want this to be, I'm going to try, I've never done this before. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to make a zigzag. My thinking is that then if we move this bone or this bone, it's going to take his whole hand situation and just move it a little bit. Okay? Make sense? So what I want to do is I'm going to go into animate mode right now and immediately turn off keep distance so that Asher can be dragged down here. Just knock him into position. So he's good to go. And now everything else, let's just test our motion. Let's just see if our motion is working as expected. Okay, so I'm gonna hit Z so we undo that. Now I want to turn keep distance back on. So my thinking is he could go like that. He could move this just a little bit. That's probably okay. Let me see. I'm gonna hit control. I'm gonna keep hitting Z and switching it. Okay, sorry. My bad. And by the way, this is not the worst. The idea of just animating this so that there's just a slight... I'm actually going to do that. I'm going to do that on the first key. So he goes boom and boom. Okay. And when he gets here, I think just a slight... Those little tiny motions. Yep, look at that. Look at that. Okay, so now what would he do? He would kind of lean into it a little bit. But I think that would happen as a second motion. So boom, boom. And now, because the mouth is also piped through the plastic tool, as you can see, it moves just the way we expect. And his eyes are animating just like we did before. But everything gets pulled along by the plastic tool because of this. They're all being piped through it, right? Great. Works. So we're getting some really quality secondary animation without too much pain, really. So I'm going to save all my work. And Blender is done rendering. So let's jump back to Vegas very quickly and we'll see the beautiful establishing shot that we did yesterday. But this morning we added a flying bird and smoke rising out of the chimney. So this is what actually happens in the scene. Melchizedek, you've got to consider the consequences of your actions. Look at me. I am so... And they hear this pounding at the door. Proclamation by Lord Golek. Read it. And this gets us to where we are right now. Mel says, what is it? Okay. Cool, huh? That came out nice. It came out nice. And what we're doing right now with the plastic tool is really the absolute, kind of the quintessential way to use the plastic tool. Just for subtle motions. If you do too much, it tends to get unwieldy fast. So I'm going to actually make that movement a little more crisp. And I love the way his eyebrows do that switch at the end. To Princess Tianara, or to Tianara. Okay, so why not, let's take this key right here. Okay, so we're taking everything about Asher's body position, and we're saying let's lock it right here. So we're going to Control V to copy that key, and then just a few frames later, so now he goes like this. Isn't that awesome? That looks gorgeous. I mean, that's, golly, that's what I call economical animation. A lot of character with very little change. It's just beautiful. Just beautiful. Would this help at all? Would that help at all? No. I say no. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to actually hit Z. I think that's too much. In fact, and by the way, for those of you who are wondering why it's too much because what I've just done, if I move the paper, put it this way, if I didn't do anything with his head, it would probably be okay. It wouldn't be great. The turn of the head's better because it really says something about what he's thinking, right? But by moving the paper right now, you might say, well, yeah, man, that's cool, man. It's like Disney, man. Lots of animation. No. All you do if you animate the arms right now, if it was important, in other words, it's important that for his attitude that he's actually dropping the paper, like really, really doing this, which of course we can't do because of the way the character's glued together, but that would be one thing. But if we move his arms, all we're doing is we're saying to our audience, hey, by the way, you're supposed to pay attention to two different things at the same time. Notice it? Little reconnect there with OBS. I'm going to double check really quick the reconnect settings just to see what its timing is on that. Where the heck are you? I'm looking for the auto reconnect timeout. I'm actually going to switch that to, I'm going to switch it to 0 just to see what happens. All right. And I'm going to actually stop the stream and restart it here for like half a second. It's not going to stop YouTube, but it's just going to stop the video for a moment. So here we go. Boom. Okay, that's it. All right, so hopefully... Okay, I'm going to go get my tasty beverage, and then what we're going to do, it's going to only take me 1 minute, not even 1 minute, 30 seconds. And then we're going to come back here, and we're going to start dealing with Melchizedek, with his dialogue and stuff like that. Okay? Be right back, 30 seconds. Seconds on the dot. Okay. Now, for my money, I really would rather not be seeing the skeleton, but I think if I just click away, we're in good shape. So, before we do anything with Mel, we might as well give him a skeleton because we know we're gonna need it. We know we're gonna want that skeleton in there. So let's just do it. And boom, that's it. Done. And we'll kind of follow the same pattern I used a moment ago on Asher. Any comments? Anything? No, nothing much in the chat. So 1, 2, 3. Again, a little bit of some guardrails here. A little bit of guardrails. Keeps that from being deformed. Theoretically, you could potentially want to deform his shoulders. Maybe lift them a bit in some way. I would say that would be wanting to be something like this so that you could sort of bend it up or maybe squish it up a little bit with the main kind of influence point being there. So I'll go ahead and, just in case I need, I don't know if I'm going to need it, but I'm just thinking out loud. Yeah, it could be useful, and probably we want an extra node there in the middle so his chest isn't all flopping around. Okay, so now what we're going to do is give him the ability to sort of cock his head. Normally on the head I tend to put at least 2 nodes. It's not strictly necessary, but let's just kind of sort of see. We'll start right out by getting Mel into position here like that. So that's our starting point. Boom. And then let's just kind of see how things work. So there's the shoulders. Shoulders are fine. No problem. That's not actually that useful. Let's turn this on. That's interesting, isn't it? Very interesting. But you can see That's definitely interesting. I've never really done it that way, but that's a heck of a cool effect to be able to get. The problem with it is that if I want to straighten him up a bit, like so, which I do, by the way, then I need to make an adjustment here. I'm going to actually change this. I'm going to go into Build Skeleton. I want to give myself a lot more room to work here. Lot more room to work. Okay, that's better. So now I can straighten him up like so. And then we'll turn keep distance back on. And like I said, if I had some, like there is actually a scene in the show where Tianara is kind of showing some attitude, where this actually would be perfect. Mel's like, yeah, maybe I was a little harsh, and she says, you think? Right? That would be pretty cool. So anyway, we're learning as we go here. And I'm just going to kind of give him an initial position like that. Okay? Neutral, neutral. Except there's one catch. There's one hiccup. I want to move this down here. Okay. The danger of doing your plastic tool first is the following. The mistake you're going to make is you're going to get your plastic tool, get your character all dialed in, and then you're going to say, okay, well, we better add a mouth, we better add this, we better add that. Well, the problem is now you are positioning all those other elements in places where the main model or drawing of the character has already been moved around by the plastic tool. Which means when you take, say, the eyes or the mouth and you pipe them through the plastic tool, boom, they're going to be in the wrong position. Therefore, you want to do get all of your elements on this frame that does not have the influence of the plastic tool, and then pipe them through the plastic tool and you can go forward. Okay? Makes sense, peoples? I'm sure it does. So now I'm going to go B key, boom. B for boom, right? And I'm going to erase that line, actually. And I'm going to do the same thing with Mel for this scene that I did for Asher. I am going to create a kind of a neutral, let's see, I'm going to hit the fill tool, and I think I'll do this in freehand mode. Okay, so I'll call it neutral. And I will put in one keyframe for open mouth, and then we're going to have another keyframe for wide open mouth. And then that's how we're going to do the dialogue. We're going to do it anime style. So now I'm going to turn the transparency, or the opacity I should say, down a little bit so it more closely matches my outlines. If I want to add a little bit of that reddish tint, no problem. No problem. That's what smart raster levels are for. Okay, and now what we can do is we'll start out with the closed mouth shape. Boom. And we're going to move the plastic tool back up here and then drag it down here. And now you're going to say, wait a second. Mel's mouth is in the wrong position, right? Yeah, it's up here. Well, we already know why. We need to go in here. We need to take Mel's mouth, and his mouth needs to be piped through Mel's plastic tool. Okay? And we will change the name of this to Mel Mouth. Such a clever name. And as you can see, that's actually the wrong pose. Well, the cool thing is, Darren actually mentioned this in the live stream the other day. When you have an image, you can just hit the Q and the W keys to toggle through the images in the sequence. So I'm actually just going to toggle there. And then here, well, actually it appears that you can. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm totally buying Tahoma's strategy for how it decides. Whoops. I wonder if I hit Control X when there's actually nothing there, if it still ripples. Yep, it does. That's cool. Okay. So Mel's line of dialogue, let's just look at this. Okay, who's Tianara? Now, of course, you could start complaining now that, but Dave, you don't really have an O shape. Well, Alright, if you're going to complain about it, fine. I will hit the D key, and I will actually add an O shape. So I'm going to zoom way in, I'm going to hit the B key, and I'm going to make that, hit the F key to fill that in, and then I'm going to hit the E key, the eraser, to just chisel back out the chaff. And once we use this shape the first time, we'll see if it actually looks about right or if it needs a little tweakage. But whoopsie, that we did not intend. So at the moment, doesn't matter. We'll get to it. Alright, so let's back up here. So he says, okay, so this really needs to be number 2. So I'm hitting the Q key to just toggle back. So I'm going to have him say, okay. Okay. Boom. So this would be number 5, I suppose. I'll just hit the W key to kind of toggle through them. Okay, not bad, but a bit large. Okay, so one of the problems, by the way, with the plastic tool vis-a-vis our current workflow is that you cannot start drawing again on the X sheet. So the only way I can fix this is to actually go into the drawing and kind of guess. So I'm just going to hit Shift. Let's see, I want to hit Shift Alt. Yes, Shift Alt. That's what I want. Okay, and I'm going to make one little change more. This is again kind of risky because I'm actually, I just used my I thought I used my, I guess if I use my stylus on these handles, that works, but if I use my stylus to just drag it around, it doesn't work. I gotta use my mouse. Kinda weird. So that's all I wanted to do. I just wanted to change its position a little bit. Who's T? Oh wait, he says okay. 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 So this could be gone. We'll go Control X. Just chop those out. And then this would be back to 2, I believe. Yep. And then what I'm going to do here is I'm going to hit the Alt key, down arrow, and I'm just going to stretch this down a bit. And so now he's going to go who's it would be preferred to have this be T. I was going to say the bigger one, but we'll see. T. Control C, Control V, Tianara. That's it. I got it. Boom. Delete. Alright, now let's go back. Just kind of see how things are playing. Okay. Who's TNR? Not quite. Okay. Who's TNR? Okay. This is too slow. Who's T right here? I'm going to say Alt up arrow. I'm just going to close that up a bit. Say, who's TNR? And this is too slow as well. These actually need to be on ones. Who's TNR? Right there. This. Close that up. Close that up. Probably leave the last phoneme. Okay. It's Vespa to be married or betrothed to TNR. Okay. Who's TNR? Okay. Alright. We got plastic tool. Let's use it. Okay, actually, you know what? I'm glad right here. Why don't we... Ooh, this is going to be good. I'm going to hit Control C. I'm doing this the hard way. You can use constant interpolation on your animation, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make duplicate keyframes. So I'm copying this key, because if I move the bones here, then Tahoma is going to slowly move from the first position to the second. That's not what we want. We want it to hold this position, and now we want to put a shoulder shrug in there. So I'm going to actually turn off keep distance. Oops, gotta be careful, careful, careful. Alright, and I see a flaw. So I'm going to stop everything right now and go into build skeleton, and I can see that we definitely want to actually pull this down here like this, and we want to have a little protection right here. So I'm going to do the same thing on this side, and again, just kind of extend that down, and I suspect that's going to probably be good. If it causes us a problem that I didn't foresee, then we'll deal with it. Boom. Yeah, that looks much better. You want that rigidity. And I guess we could stretch that up too. So let me check something here. Boom. So yeah, this needs to be like that. And then what I'm going to do is take this key and snap it down here. So we have this fairly rapid. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? How easy could it be? Alright, so now I'm going to lock this position, Control C, and I'm going to go Control V, and then again, just a couple frames later, whoops, stop, Z key. I do want to have keep distance on, so we're not. See? I guess it's kind of my choice, but I'm thinking I want to go this way. Which way did Asher go? I think Asher, yeah, Asher turned right, so let's have Mel also turn to his right, but so they're kind of working opposite of each other. It's sort of a bit of a mirroring thing. Okay, cool. This is going quite well. Okay, who's Tianara? Okay, dokie. I love it, I love it. Things are looking good. Prince Vespa to be betrothed to Tianara. Okay. Who's Tianara? Dudes, folks, friends, I'm really liking what I see. It's pretty subtle animation, but man oh man, it's feeling pretty good. It's fitting the scene quite nicely. Quite apropos. We got 10 concurrent viewers right now as I take a sip of my tasty beverage. That's right, Darren. If you get into too much nuance, like if I wanted to take the plastic tool now and go, well, I want a little more control of like how this bends his arms and things, you can do it, but you're gonna spend all day just thinking around. It would be better to redraw it so you have a better shape to work with. But yeah, for these sort of subtle animation things that give a lot of character, oh man, unbeatable. Okay, so this, let me see here. Okay, that's the background. So this is the background. There's Asher. So what we're going to do is we kind of have a little choice to make. I'm thinking what we'll do is we'll just grab this whole cluster of keys and and this is good because what I want to do is I want to deal with only maybe 3, 4, or 5 layers at the most. You get into much more than that, it starts getting out of control. And I want to keep them together the way I have here. So we'll just shift over here when we're working on Mel, and to be accurate, I probably will add an eye blink to Mel, and eventually I may be looking at even actually adding an extra layer to overlay his eyes so that I can add more expressions. But for now, I like the secondary animation. It worked fine. Let's just keep going forward on this basis. So now what I'm going to do is go here and hit Control V. So now I've copied Asher in, and the one thing I probably want to do just to be safe is hit Control C, and let's just copy the keyframe from the plastic tool down to here so that we know we're in the same starting point. Otherwise, what's going to happen is if I animated it down here or something, all of a sudden you're going to see this slow, gradual animation from the position that was way up top down to there, which obviously we don't want that. So here, this is going to be number 1, not number 2, so we'll put number 1 in there. This is going to be interesting, actually. This is going to be interesting. Okay, because Asher says, oh, Carliana's daughter. Carlia. Actually, it's more like, oh, Carliana's daughter. He's got a fairly high voice, you know. He really doesn't have a particularly deep voice at all. Oh, no. Well, that's Asher. And actually, this idea of giving him a little bit of a, just a faintly British twinge to his voice, not really so much British as, I forget what the term is for it. I forget what the term is, but... Thank you. That's interesting. Okay. So the problem would be, I'm quite sure, let me go to advanced. Okay, well that answers my question. My question was, can you have essentially a reconnect period of nothing? And the answer is no. So now, broadcast setting, the auto reconnect timeout, I'm going to switch it to 1 second and hit OK. And I'm actually going to stop and restart the stream. Sorry guys, I appreciate you letting me know. I really do. Okay, so I'm going to stop and restart, and hopefully by having a 1 second break instead of 0, we're okay. So here we go. Signing off for 10 seconds. 5, 6, 7, okay, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Thank you, Dirt. I appreciate that, and thank you, Darren, for letting me know that we're back up and running. But yeah, the ongoing struggle with OBS. Is there any end to it? Is there any end to it? The answer is no, there isn't. Okay, so this is going to be, let's see. This is a bit of a disaster. I just changed the wrong image, but frankly, it doesn't really matter. I'll just keep going like so. We'll just do it like that and see. And now actually, I know this is why I said maybe you want to put it on your own. Walter, I'm back. I'm back, man. I'm back. Everything's good. Okay, yeah, it looks like, if I can see here, it looks to me like yeah, it looks like it was maybe off for, you see that's a half hour. Yeah, so it looks like I was off for a whole minute or something. So anyway, I'm sorry guys. I'm so sorry. Yeah, the OBS Classic definitely seems to do a better job of not disconnecting, but the problem is I had it set so that when it reconnects, I had the timeout for the reconnection to 0 seconds to see if that would make it like reconnect instantly. It needs to be at least 1 second. So it, anyway. Okay, so what I'm going to do here again is I'm going to make another duplicate of this one and do the same type of eyebrow thing I just did. So, like this, because it just gives me some options. This is why I was saying that you kind of want to decide, am I going to make these little modifications in the layer itself or give it its own layer? Trying to bake every possible eye shape into the whole body is probably bad practice, like in a big way. But in this case, because it's just a short, simple dialogue sequence, I think I'm probably going to get away with it. It's no big deal. So that's what I'm doing. I'm just front loading with a bunch of facial expressions that I know I might need here going forward. Makes sense? I trust it does. Okay, so I'm going to zip out and then go over here, and you'll see that we have the wrong expression here. Okay, and I knew that was going to happen because I accidentally painted onto the wrong layer. So actually, that's what I want. That's what I want. And I'm going to zoom out a little bit. Oh yeah. So here, I don't really want that. I really don't think I want the change of expression on this particular pose. Actually I do, right here. What I want is the eye squint, but not the weird eyebrow thing. So I'm going to just cut these out. There's more than one way to add images. What I'm going to do is actually go with, I want to go with that. Just, I want the little bit of the inquisitive look, but I don't want the eyebrows, like, and then probably here, who's DNR? Boom. Here I'm going to take that out and switch back to this. Draggy, draggy. Who's TNR? Yeah, and then it cuts right to Asher. I like that. Who's TNR? Oh, Kaliana's daughter. Okay, this is where we're going to get some acting out of Mel. What time is it? It is 9:51. 9:51. Okay. Control C. Control V. With the small caveat, then I'm going to take this and paste that keyframe in. File, save all. And now we go forward with, again, the caveat that we want to actually add in the freaking background image. Yeah, you might want to add the background, folks. Backgrounds would be good. Okay. Now, Mel says, what? You mean that one girl? Okay, this is where we get to do some acting. So he's going to go, I would say, yeah, we don't want to try to enunciate the W. So this is, again, a little bit delicate operation here. A little delicate operation. Got to get some acting in here. I'm thinking he's going to say what, and when he says what, right here is where his expression would change. Now, I think I'm going to add this one and see. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Wants to add another layer. So let me just take these guys out and slide this in and see if it maps into the plastic tool the way I expect it will. Yep, that's good. What? Okay, that didn't quite work. Yeah, I think we just want to go with this. So I'm going to stick this in here, just hit Control X. Oh, it looks like Valerie moved Zuko back to his cage. Okay. She says, what? Okay. And he's going to say, you mean that one girl? And what we'll do is we'll put a push on the word one. He says, what? You mean that one? Right there. Okay, so we'll put this is going to be that. That won't work. I got to just toggle it up to 1. So let's go Q key. There we go. Okay, we got it. We're good. We're good. Again, let's take out the garbage while we're here, so the garbage does not pile up to the ceiling. Boom. So yeah, sorry it's been a little scatterbrained on the whole OBS live streaming thing a little bit. Okay, now the question we want to ask ourselves is, what about body language? So he says, what? Yeah, we need something. So let's copy this key, Control V, and then I'm going to say, let's hit the X key, animate. Got to turn this on. This is going to be a little bit tricky. I'm going to go, just a little subtle. Hey, Amar. You mean... And he's going to say... Okay, let me just get this lip sync in here right now. So this is going to be... You... mean... that... I think I should stretch this. That one girl. And then that switches back to 1. Or I mean 2, I should say, which is really kind of the main expression. Okay. Hey, Mara. Hey, Dave. Alright, so... And he's going to say, you mean that one? You mean that one girl? I feel like this happens a little bit late. Okay. Let's rewind to the beginning and see what we have. It's feeling pretty good. I'm going to put my script actually up top so I can follow along. You tried some of the configuring upload speed and tune. Yep, I did. I tried I actually tried. Yeah, I've never done 60 frames per second. I think I'm at 30 right now, I believe. And yes, but the bit rate, the average bit rate is floating in the neighborhood of 1200 kilobits, and that's because it's you know, there's nothing moving on the screen, so that it can be compressed pretty well. But every time I go actually above 2500 with a constant bit rate, CBR, I start getting like dropouts constantly. Now you're excuse me, you're indicating in your notes here specifying upload speed as opposed to, you know, as differentiated from the actual bit rate. I don't recall anywhere in OBS where I'm setting the actual upload speed. So I'm going to just scan through. And I'm not really seeing anywhere where you're actually doing anything related to the upload speed. I had thought about playing around with the network. This is again OBS Classic, but I had thought about playing around with automatic low latency mode, and then it says bind to interface, which I assume would actually make it a little smarter about the way it's actually linking to the port through the router. It kind of like your home network is going to be more stable if you go ahead and hop into your router and set up fixed IP addresses for all your machines, as opposed to letting your local DNS do that. So anyway, I've been using 24p, and I've been at 24p forever. With OBS Classic, I am actually at 30, but and I used to live stream at 720, but I've always had these occasional dropouts. Like right now, it's doing pretty well. This is OBS Classic, and it's just kind of humming along. I will ponder these things later. For now, I'm going to keep getting this done. So I said I was going to pop the script up here on the screen. Its Vespa is to be betrothed to Tianara. Okay. Who's Tianara? Kalyana's daughter. Okay, yeah, so I want to add actually a line of dialogue. I do. I want him to go sort of like, oh, I'll just put that in there. Oops, I didn't mean to have caps lock on. We'll go with that. That's fine. We'll go with that. And let's save our work. What? You mean that one girl? Boom. Okay, we're back to Mel. He says, well, you mean that one girl? Okay. That's working. And is that it? Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. This is going to be fun. Boom. I want to actually cut back to Asher pretty promptly here, because I don't think Mel's expression there is like the strongest expression ever. And so this should be back to 1. So let's just get rid of those guys. We've got to get a nod in here from Asher, so we'll give him what would he do? He'd be maybe 2 seconds. So 6, 12, 6, 17, so that's about 2 seconds. Back up here to Asher. Boom, boom. We'll grab all these guys. Control C. These are all the layers for Asher. Control V, and then we will immediately grab the Control C, the keyframe in the plastic tool that's going on, and I'm going to go ahead and insert that in there so he's starting in the same position. Okay, so I like the idea of, let's take these 2 keyframes again and stick them in here. And I'll give it, I don't want to waste, the audience needs about a half a second to sort of get their attention anyway, so I'm going to go like this. So the idea is that Asher's kind of oblivious. So, and this is going to be the plastic tool, X key. I'm going to do this. So this is Asher. Let me check one thing here too. I'm actually going to have him do that. Okay. So this can be dragged down to here. This is going to be quite, we're getting into Disney territory here actually. Okay. We are getting into Disney territory because I'm going to go Control C, Control V, and then I'm going to have him. So it's almost like he's kind of thinking. He's kind of looking at Mel and going, you know, why are you asking? What do you care, right? I like that. Oh, baby, it's all freaking attitude. Well, and honestly, it's stuff like this that's going to make the show successful, actually. I hate to say it, but I think it's true. Because those little moments of just good characterization, where you really feel what the person's thinking, are really what separate the men from the boys. Not claiming that I'm one of the men, okay? Not claiming much of anything, but I know when I watch it, I find this entertaining. And I would assume other people probably do too. So that's a good thing. That's a very, very good thing. Okay, so now we got a little problem with Mel, I think. Control C. But we'll see. We'll see. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I reserve the right to be spectacularly wrong. Lord knows it's happened plenty of times before. Okay, yeah, see, I used to scale down AMAR to 720p, and I never saw that it particularly helped. Now, theoretically, it should. It would actually maybe give a slightly sharper. It's weird, you know, you're a little blurrier because it's, you know, especially if people are watching on devices, it won't matter. So 720p would be better on devices. We can try it. You know what? I don't mind just giving it a poke here. Let me check one thing. resolution downscale, 1280 by 720. It's pretty much all going to be going to the CPU on this version of OBS. So I'm going to change the frames per second to 24. And all this probably is going to do for me is make the, I don't think it's going to help with the connection, but it might make the visuals a little bit crisper. Let's see. When I look at this at full screen, what I'm doing right now looks pretty darn good. But okay, I'm going to stop and start. It's going to take about 10 seconds or so. Well, okay, so there it is. Let me see something here. So Walter must be actually looking up some settings. I'm checking something here on my... there's Mel, there's Asher. And okay, so it looks like the streaming's working fine. So I did change the settings, and I did restart and stop the stream. Amar, it looked like everything worked fine. And you know, I mean, I would say the visuals look about the same. It might be pretty much a trade-off between, it might be a trade-off because I actually stopped and restarted OBS. So it should be streaming at the downscaled, you know, 720p. However, I am getting a message from YouTube that says, well, it's just telling me that it's not optimal. So everything seems to be working. Anyway, back to animation. Doggone stupid OBS, wasting my time with all kinds of... I just want to make my... And there you go. Despite having decreased the resolution, it still did a disconnect reconnect a moment ago. It is showing me that it's at 24 frames per second. So what I was about to say is that the way it works now is that YouTube essentially turns on the faucet looking for a live stream, and if you go live, it's going to be live streaming whatever comes down the faucet. If nothing comes down the faucet, then what you guys see is a blank screen. Whereas once you turn OBS off and on, which I've done multiple times today, all it does is stop the water flowing down the stream and out the faucet, but it doesn't close the faucet. Make sense? I know. Well, other people have mentioned that Twitch is a little more performant. And as I've said, I don't have trouble with literally anything ever that involves upstream, live stream, Zoom calls, Facebook video calls. Judging from what I'm seeing on my screen, I'm not necessarily buying that the change in resolution was helpful. The fact that the bit rate is pretty modest doesn't seem to matter. Literally nothing seems to matter much. It seems to matter a little bit, but it doesn't seem to matter much. So I'm going to change my auto reconnect timeout to 2 seconds. That seems to be optimal. If it's 1 second, if it's 0, it doesn't reconnect at all. But if it's 1 second, it appears to me that it sort of has to fight with itself and decide whether it wants to really go ahead and reconnect. So, and I'm going to actually up the max bit rate here on my encoding. You have issues with dropping on YouTube, but not as much on Twitch. Okay. Yeah, and Darren, my settings are definitely different now, so I'm actually going to stop and restart the stream again because I just changed a couple things. So here we go, off and on. Okay, looks like we're back. Had a scare there because I know, and it just, again, I researched it. I've looked into optimize. Yeah, and there it goes again. And what I just saw a moment ago was almost a disconnect between it trying to restart and reconnect, like restart and reconnect being decoupled, which normally they're kind of one thing. If it loses its connection, then then within 1 second it says it's trying to reconnect, and it takes about a second or two to reconnect. So the rapid reconnection seems to have been quite helpful here using OBS Classic. But doggone it, I want to get back to my cartoon. So here we go. And it kind of pissed me off here a little bit because I had a really crystal clear idea on the acting, what I was going to do next, and now I don't freaking remember. Okay, so well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to start with the plastic tool. So I'm going to go here and just go. Let me see what that feels like. Boom. Control C. About a second. And then I want to go, I want to maybe bend that a little bit. And we'll see about that. No. This effect looks good in isolation, but as in combination it kind of looks strange. So now the important thing here is we've got to go back here, and we're going to have to add additional poses. Let's go up to this one. I don't want to accidentally change my ordering, so I think what I'll do is make a duplicate here. And then I'm going to kind of cheat a little bit. What I'm going to do is go back to my basic pose. And I'm going to hit the S key, select all this, hit Control C. Come down here, again, hit the S key, and then hit Control V. So I'm just pasting that in there. Your delay's at 10 seconds and maximum retries are 20. Well, let me know if you learn anything useful. That's all I can say. What I can say for sure is OBS Classic seems to stay connected more reliably than OBS Studio. They're both okay though, and it does seem to maybe have a little bit, actually that's a bad idea, a little bit to do with the time of day. So what I want to do here is this might look a little strange, people. Might look a little strange. But it's going to make sense shortly. And I'm also going to tweak his eyebrows on this one. Because he's kind of looking away and he says, "Lucky Prince." R key. Let's hit the R key again. Let's paint this guy out. Paint this guy out. So again, it's like I said, it's a trade-off. Do you want to bake your shapes and whatnot into the face, let's say, and so now you're going to have lots and lots and lots of faces? If you split it up into pieces, then the whole rigging aspect becomes a little easier. So this is going to be actually shot number 6. And so we'll go the W key. There we go. I love that expression. That's pretty good. Okay, and he says, he mumbles, "Lucky." Actually, I'm going to reverse this. I'm going to make that one the big one. Lucky Prince. I'll grab that one extra. See, that actually looks really good. That's definitely what I was shooting for. Okay, and then I'll just hit the Alt down arrow to snap that down to there, and now we're at, I think we're done. Actually, I'd guessed it was Dave's network too, but he hadn't had problems in other areas, and he is a technical guy. Well, I am a technical guy, and that's one of the things that's frustrating about OBS is because this is all very, you know, troubleshooting why a specific piece of software that does a specific thing is doing it somewhat erratically is a really hard thing to grok out, especially when it's open source software and there's not a great, you know, I can find, and I found detailed technical papers, if you will, using the word papers loosely, online, explaining how to really optimize OBS for streaming. And I follow all the instructions, and it makes absolutely almost no difference. The best thing that's helped, I can't remember who suggested it the other day. It might have been... Okay, again, there it is again. But what's really strange is the amount that OBS Classic is taking to go ahead and initiate the reconnect feels like it's taking forever. So it makes me wonder if I actually make the delay 1 second, but the reconnect timeout 1 second as well, that may help. So I'm going to actually stop and restart, and then I think this scene is just about done. It would also be my general observation that it does appear that I get less disconnects at 24 frames per second. No, I haven't tried anything else. I haven't tried anything. StreamYard or whatever. Nothing. I haven't tried anything except OBS. Other than the other one you suggested, which is the... What's the other version of OBS? It didn't help at all, by the way. I mean, I did try it one day, and it didn't help at all. Same result. I tell you what, let me say this. I have a small hunch. And my hunch is actually that I'm going to find out that the thing that actually makes a difference that's useful is probably going to turn out, to everyone's shock and surprise. Where is it? I'm looking. It should be in advance, I believe. I'm going to look back up here on the others. I have a hunch about this network. I could be completely wrong, but I have a hunch that if this is bound to the IP address of this machine, which I believe is 7, let me double check. I got to bump into my router to find that out. That in fact that's what's going to be helpful. I could be completely wrong about that. That may make no sense at all. I just have a hunch about it. So I'm going to go to 192.168.1.1 and hop into my router and just double confirm the... Yes. Okay. So this machine is 7. So I'm going to just try this because it's just way too much fun. I'm going to bind to interface. So it's almost like, I think, telling it that it's talking directly to a static IP address. And just see what happens. It can't hurt. I can always turn it off. So we're going to go on and off really quick. Okay, again, I have no idea, but my weird little hunch is that the way that OBS talks to your router might be somehow enhanced if you effectively are taking DNS out of the equation. Again, it's probably not going to help at all, but it's worth a try. Okay, guys, this scene is just about done. I am literally taking 5 or 10 times as long to do what I'm doing as this should actually take. So let me just go like this. Carliana to be married to Carliana. Okay. Who's Carliana? I'm sorry, not TNR. I mean, it's TNR. Carliana's daughter. Wait, you mean that girl? Lucky Prince. Dudes, we're done. Render this. Let's render it, cut it into the show. We're done. We did it! We did it! And it looks like we haven't disconnected. Like I said, you say I'm a tech head, Darren. Hence, in this scenario, as I'm looking at all the settings, the one thing I'm seeing that to me gives me a hunch that maybe this is the answer is that network thing. We'll see. So far since I switched it to that, it hasn't disconnected though. And it was kind of disconnecting pretty frequently. So we'll see. We'll see. Might get lucky here. Okay, this is shot number 339. Right on, Amar. 339. And so we're going to go here, and we're going to save these babies in scenes. We're going to create a folder, and we're going to call it 339. Okay? And now we are in 339. And we are going to create a folder, as we are often wont to do, and we are going to call it render, because that's my naming convention. And then within the render folder, we are going to go 339.ping, so that OpenToonz, or I should say Tahoma, will spit out ping images. Well, Amar, I switched it about 3 minutes ago, and now I'm it's like I said, it's just a hunch. It's just like you're going to get with your network in your home, especially if you have wired connections. You're just always going to get more stable performance if you go ahead and hard code the static IP addresses of all the nodes on your network, versus if you allow the the little DNS built into your router to dish out IP addresses. It's just you're taking one decision-making process out of the equation. And so we'll see. But, if that works, then all I can say is spread the word if, that's what you're inclined to do. So, back to work. All right, so what we got to do here is take all this stuff, delete it. And this, we're getting into another sequence here pretty soon. Now, that was 260 frames-ish, so what is that? At 8 frames a second, it's about what I figured, about 40 seconds. So 40 seconds on top of this, which is 42. Yep, it's exactly what I predicted, 120. So that means I've just averaged essentially 20 seconds a day for the last 4 days. Now, the day is still young, but it's not bad. I wish it was a little easier to get that number up to 30, but I have found that it's tough. It is tough to get to 30 seconds a day. 20 is easy, yet 30 is hard. It's the darndest thing. Valerie thinks I'm crazy. It's like, that's not particularly mysterious there, dude. But I'm like, it just seems weird to me that it's just so hard to get it. And I suppose it's just because of the vagaries of life. In this case, nobody forced me to spend 2 hours this morning redoing, adding a bunch of stuff to this shot. But it looks better. And in fact, look, by raising the sun up in the sky just a little higher, look what happens. When it dissolves, it dissolves right into Asher's head. Isn't that cool? Right, kind of, sorta. As far as the way DNS doles out IP addresses, I wouldn't exactly call it that, because it's not like there's typically a pool of fixed addresses that it then plugs you into. It's really not quite how it works, but there's something about dynamic IP addressing that's fundamentally less stable than static. And you can think of it however you want. If you have plumbing, and you've got if you have a interface, between two pipes that are connected, and you screw it in really tight, that's a really good connection. But you need to put tape around it, maybe even pipe dope, whatever, to make sure that's going to be a good clean connection. Now, if that pipe was a single welded permanent pipe, it's probably going to be more stable longer. So it's like everything else. You trade stability for flexibility. Soda Pop, that's a great question, and it's a fair question.
Not really. When I originally wrote it 5 years ago, it was more or less a biblical anime because the movies that I've made and distributed are basically for the faith and family marketplace. When I conceived the current version of this, um, literally the only thing that's biblical in the show is the name of the character Melchizedek, and the fact that it takes place shortly after the Great Flood. So I like that period of time because that period of time we know so little about it. So that means that in terms of the themes we explore in the show, I've got all the flexibility in the world to go in as many directions as I want. And I also can mix and match periods like the soldiers, like these guys. This is really, this is kind of like Middle Ages Europe, really, I suppose. I don't think it's exactly ancient Samaria or anything. So it is based in the period ostensibly after the Great Flood. So the flood has happened and the earth has repopulated. So a few generations have gone by. And that's the period of time. Other than that, it really is not a biblical thing. It's really just about people and, problems and values and, the lessons that we learn, that type of thing. So anyway, great question. And by the way, that was the result of, it was a happy thing for me. I wanted to get away from creating content that was explicitly Bible-oriented because as I've gotten older, I just, my view of the Bible is way different than it was when I was, 30 years old, I suppose. And I'm not really comfortable, actually, with modern evangelical thinking. I'm really uncomfortable with it, actually. I think there's a lot of magical thinking in there that is not. And so there we go. So after some period of time, it did reconnect and disconnect. So I don't know if the network thing's going to help. But I'm not comfortable with like telling Bible stories. That's not really what I want to do anymore. But and when I'd had the discussion with the distributor, who certainly is, the movies and stuff that he handles are typically for that marketplace, but we agreed for a variety of reasons based on what's going on in the marketplace that the best thing to do would be just focus on good values. Let's just talk about good values and tell good stories and kind of do what Disney does, focus on that as opposed to trying to shove Bible concepts down people's throat, which I very much do not want to do. And in fact, I regret having ever done it, actually. I think the movies I have out there are pretty good, but the stuff that's really cheeseball on the nose Bible stuff, I don't really, it's like what those people are saying or doing, I wouldn't really do that anymore. So, we all grow. My spirituality is way more eclectic than it used to be, and I'm happy for that. So anyway, so yeah, what did we get? 1 minute and 9 seconds. Let's look at the whole sequence we've done. Actually, let's go back here. Let's just enjoy. Basically, going back to where things really started looking a lot better as I've really gotten my workflow tightened up. This sequence right here is just kicking butt. Oh my gosh, it's 5 minutes of show. 5 minutes? That's a lot. I'm going to take this and just expand this out a little bit. And we are going to switch this to full. And we're just going to, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. I apologize. We're just going to watch some of this stuff that's going on. And let this just play through up to where we are, and then the next chapter is going to be going into a whole nother sequence where I think we bounce back to TNR now, which is why the end of the sequence I just completed ends with referencing her, because we're going to come back to her story, and we're going to find out that she is actually essentially locked up because her mother has, for all intents and purposes, sold her into a forced marriage To the prince. Gee, you'd think she'd be glad. Well, she's not. I told that. I'm like talking to Valerie about it. She's like, yeah. Of course she wouldn't be glad. No girl wants to be forced into a, you know, a situation, and yeah, I mean, I guess not. So, it appears that our time might be near. Oh, tell me all about it. You must tell me about it. Tweet, 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 tweet. Oh, sure, you can sing. You're free as a... I guess you are a bird. Tweet, tweet, tweet. But the point is you're free. Free to go where you want, do what you want, sing what you want. Yeah, you get to do what you want. I'm stuck here doing all this work. I can't remember his line of dialogue, unfortunately. I don't remember his line of dialogue. But hey, at least we got nuts to eat. I gotta put a background in there. Oh. Where'd it go? Monkey stole the nuts. Oh well. A lot of people have it worse than me. Like that girl. That girl. Married? Isn't it wonderful? No! Oh, come, Tina. Again, can't remember her line of dialogue. You should be grateful, kind of thing. She says Papa never would have. Tianara, you dishonor his memory, kind of thing. Enough. And so then Tianara stumps out of the room. We hear the door slam. And then Balder comes out of the shadows. Teenagers. Ah, they're so ungrateful. Or something like that. I can't remember what his line is. You know what to do, she says. He gives a nod. And then we cut back to... the shot we're working on right now. Very good. Melchizedek, you've got to consider the consequences of your actions. Look at me. I am so sorry. There's a knock at the door. Proclamation by the Honorable Golic. Read it. What is it? The prince to be betrothed to Tianara. Okay. Who's Tianara? Carliana's daughter. What? That girl? You mean that girl? Mm-hmm. Lucky prince. There you go. There you go, folks. I love it. I think it's looking fantastimodo. I'm so amazing. I'm kidding. No, I'm pretty humbled, actually. I have to say that the results are getting better and better, and I can't really give the credit or the blame to the software, but I have to say, if Darren is here, I will say, Darren, the results we got in this shot using the plastic tool in conjunction with a more conventional frame-by-frame animation looks really, 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 really good. Really good, I have to say. Quite pleased with the results. Now, there is one little caveat, which is, what we probably should do is the following, if you guys can buy this. I'm going to go back to the beginning of this shot. when we cut back to Asher, what we'll do is, by the way, we don't want that lock on. We want to stay there. Okay. So when we cut back to Asher, what I'd like to do is be slightly pushed in. Okay. So for this whole dialogue sequence, I want to be a little pushed in. And the reason I want to do that is so that I can go Control, drag this down here, and then at the very end, when we go back to Mel, we can actually have a, we'll just restore this, we'll have a slow pull out at the end as we fade to black. Okay, because we are going to fade to black on this shot. Okay. Now, to be fair, there really is not enough breathing room on the end of this sequence. Lucky Prince. I guess that's probably okay. That's probably okay. We'll go with it. Keep it going, baby. Keep it going. Okay, so that means we're going from this to this. Let me just double check the timing on that last pull out. I love the acting, though. I really, really like the results I'm getting with the plastic tool and judicious use of extra expressions on top of it. I think it looks pretty good, pretty good. I love the acting there. I love it. Okay, so what do we have here? This is going to be a freaking mess. This is going to be a mess. We got all these people. Oh, boy. It's probably, like, really dumb for me to even try to do this shot. Because it's really debatable whether the entertainment value is going to be there. Let's think this through for a moment. How long have I been streaming today? It is 10:40, so basically I've been on for we're pushing 4 hours. The animation that's been done looks pretty good. Frankly, my 4 hours, 2 of it was this shot and 2 of it was adding a bunch of junk to the opening shot. So I'm going to take a 2-minute, 3-minute break, and when I come back, we're going to make a decision whether this opening shot is actually going to show all these people or if we're going to just jump right to the castle. Because what happens is you see the castle in the background, you cut closer to the palace, and you see this window in the background, and that's where we now know that Tianara is being kept locked. Do we actually need to do all the work of seeing all these people animated in the foreground is the question. Probably not, but it would be cool. So I'm not going to decide yet, but I'm going to take a 2-minute break, and then I'll be back, and we'll figure it out. So while I'm on break, I will just, I'll just loop this section on the screen just because I am a super nice guy. And I want everyone to be able to just look at the wonderful animation that you too can create using open source software. Okay, back in a bit. back in the saddle. Back in the saddle, watching things play. This is the shot I just did. I do feel that my overall quality is just going up. I'm really, really liking what I'm seeing here. We are. Okay, great question, Mikhail, I would say. I would say this. It's a really good question, whether you realize it or not. It's a very good question. And I suppose a wise person like Asher would be probably the person to answer the question. I don't do a ton of research, okay? And I probably should do more. So this shot would probably be improved if I actually did a little more research. And it would inform the design of this somewhat goofy looking building, okay? So how do I feel about the research? I'm probably like you. I don't do a ton of it, you know, with the costumes and stuff. I just picked something, you know, you just pick it. That's why I say I'm mixing and matching eras. You know, we're keeping the clothes on the simple side because this is kind of ancient times, but at the same time, we're sort of jumping from the ancient Middle East to the Middle Ages Europe, maybe here. I don't think it matters much. You know, if it looks good and kind of sort of seems like it would work or fit, then it's fine. I don't look at it as having to research the story and doing the drawing and animation and everything. I don't look at that. And if you don't enjoy anything but animating, then you should just animate, and you're just going to have to find a team of people you can work with to do whatever it is you think you want to do. There's no right answer. Doesn't matter. I think the important thing is, and I don't actually, sometimes people get really camped out on the idea of, we talked about this a little bit the other day, but people camp out on the idea that, I think it was maybe Sebastian, I can't remember, but somebody was kind of taking the position that kind of amounted to saying, well, my artistic integrity is more important than sort of lowering myself to have to write something that is for a specific market, let's say. Okay, anybody that's in the industry is going to tell you that that attitude is basically pretty stupid. Because if you create something that you think is great, then it might be fine for developing an audience on YouTube, or it might help you to establish some street cred as an animator, like by doing a little short thing that's only a minute long or whatever, a little short film kind of deal. That's all fine. That's all perfectly good. But if you want to have your property embraced and have at least the possibility of, you know, doing what I've done in the film world, which is actually get your property distributed and reach a large audience, which, you know, a couple of my movies have reached many hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people. Well, then you really need to be willing to try to apply your concept to a marketplace that at least has a reasonable chance of embracing it. Now, the way I look at it is very different. The whole artistic integrity thing, to me, is a little dumb, because I don't actually think there are any original ideas. There are no original ideas. You're just taking the ideas that have been done 100 times or 1,000,000 times before, and sorry, OBS is getting on my nerves, and the network thing didn't seem to make any difference. So, man, disconnect, reconnect, disconnect, reconnect. Always disconnecting, reconnecting. So it is in fact limitations. This is why I don't want to try 18,000 different kinds of software anymore. I've figured out what works for me, and that's that, basically. With some flexibility, because the shot that I just did was done in Tahoma. You know, this is Tahoma, not Krita. It doesn't really matter much. But the limitations, especially in the writing area, are what make you creative. So if you have to adapt your story to a certain marketplace, that means that you have to develop your craft so that you say, I'm going to be able to tell my story and I'm going to try to tell it well. But I'm going to allow myself to be constrained to certain characteristics that really need to be there in order for a given market to embrace the story and be willing to even give it a look in the first place. That's your craft. That's your craft. Okay, fine, Steve. Thank you for hanging out, man. Your art and your craft is by accepting those limitations and constraints and still doing a good job, still telling a good story, still developing characters that people are going to latch onto, or that they're going to grab. So to me, that's part of the challenge. Part of the fun is accepting the limitations and saying, well, I don't get to just like do whatever I want to do. I'm going to be willing. And by the way, is there any job that you're ever going to get ever that isn't like that? Where it's like, if you want to work here, then, you're going to be part of the team that is trying to accomplish the goals of the company. If you want to just focus on your own goals. Now, let me offset that with this comment. There's never been a better time to just do your own thing. We're all stuck at home with COVID-19. A lot of people have lost their job. So what better time to just do exactly what you want to do? So now we've got the teeter-totter of motivations where, yeah, on the one hand, I've got lots of time on my hands, but on the other hand, I'm really, really stressed out because I don't know where my next meal's coming from. So there's a stress factor in our culture today that is fighting against the fact that we've also got more freedom, actually. It's kind of a crappy thing because I think probably a lot of people really struggle with the negative side of it, which is, how do you motivate to make your show, make your cartoon, whatever you're going to do. It's hard. But here's reality. If you do nothing, it isn't going to happen. Okay? That's reality. I would say this to a young person. If you do it, if you try, if you just go, you may succeed. If you don't, you definitely won't succeed. So therefore, the decision becomes easy, doesn't it? So you try. That's all you do. You try. So yeah, not a lot of research, not a ton of research, really. If I really need to research something, I usually have Valerie do it because she's a copious researcher. So what we want to do here is we've got a couple things. First of all, kind of mid-century Disney style, what we're probably going to do is do a little push into this shot and then do a jump cut to the closer version of it, because you can see this up here in the corner is actually this. So I think we'll do the jump cut. And Disney started doing that, I think because thanks, Mikhail, to go from the long shot with the nice slow push that's pleasing to watch. So this shot actually should be something like this. This shot should be basically that. Okay, so this is what's really happening here. Well, to go from that at that pace to this is going to take like 2 minutes. It's going to take forever. So hence in your Disney movies you tend to see a jump cut from the super wide to the mid shot. The only point of this shot, and obviously on the storyboard I cropped it more than it ultimately got cropped when I did the push. All that matters in this shot is that you see the tower in the background with a window, and you know that that window must be important. And then we cut to this little bolt that gets unlocked. So now we know what's going on. This is a prison, and the prison door is being unlocked. And inside the prison room is Tianara in chains. She looks up, and who is at the door but Golik? So the question I was asking myself, I just threw it past Valerie. I said, you know what I got to do? I got to do this wide shot. We're going to be panning in, and by the way, just to be accurate, when we do this, this should be like this. We want to be moving toward the castle. Okay, so there's our sequence. All right. So the question for me was, and I'm spitting this out kind of partly for Mikhail's benefit, or any of you guys who are maybe trying to figure out a little bit about the craft of, storytelling or whatever, and the economics of animation. Okay. So the question is, if we pan in on the village with the castle in the background, and we go through this sequence, that's obvious what's going on. It all makes sense. The question is, do we really need to animate these characters in the foreground where this guy's going, he's got a paper in his hand, he's going, oh, it looks like the prince is getting married today, and this woman says, oh, how wonderful. So there's all these happy people that we're panning past with the camera, talking about the fact that today's the day that the prince is getting married. The question is, do we need the people in the shot? It's a great question because it really informs how hard you're going to work, and it just depends on what you want to do. There's no right answer. So there's three answers to the question. Answer number one is, yeah, let's put the people in there, and we have to animate the people now. So the whole day is going to be animating these people. That's option A. Option B is take the people out completely. The important thing about the whole overall sequence is that we're doing an establishing shot, and then we're seeing the tower window, and then this is the stuff that matters over here, the people stuff. So that's option B. Is there a third option that accomplishes some of the storytelling goals that may not be necessary but might help? And the answer would be, well, why don't we have like some decorative, like a banner here. There's kind of a banner hanging down in the foreground, right? And there's some balloons. And then there's a sign hanging from it that says Royal Wedding Today. Let's just say. Okay? So I'm showing you how this creative process works. Now you just make a choice. There is no right answer. If I put in the sign that says Royal Wedding Today, everybody's going to understand what's going on. And the overall point of this sequence, which is really about Tianara being in prison and basically being jacked around by Golek, this is what matters, so that's all going to be fine. So then we have to make a choice. Are we going to animate these people? Are we going to substitute a simpler idea that conveys what you need? Or are we just going to leave it all out? Okay? So now if you want to decide on what your workflow is, the best choice would be just paint the background. Put it off. Put off the decision. Why? Because the sign and the banner would be in the foreground, so you could do it on a different layer anyway, and the characters would also be on different layers. So the one thing that we know for sure we're definitely going to have to do is this background painting. Not necessarily, though. There is a case to be made for leaving the royal wedding being today, leaving it out. Okay, so this is option 4. I'm very serious about this. These are all valid options. You have to decide what you're going to do. At the end of the day, what you're going to find out is, as long as the details get paid off and explained somehow, the audience does not care, they don't know, and they'll forgive you to a large extent if the story carries them along. So here we're emotionally with Mel. When he says Lucky Prince, there's no question what's going through his mind. Right? And not only that, it is not surprising at all that the very next thing we're going to see in the show is the girl that he's thinking about. Right? So this all works. So there's also a case to be made for, we just fade up from here. We just have a medium shot of the palace and we just push in on the window. And there's a little bit of music that goes slightly ominous. Little bit of music, and then we hear some sort of dissonant low notes that tell us whatever we're switching to now is kind of not the best, happiest situation. From an economic standpoint, there's no contest. This shot should be cut from the show, actually. That's probably the best choice. So if we're going to do that, then we fade out of Mel. Yeah, and your thoughts are completely welcome, Soda Pop. Everyone has their own way to do it. I'm telling you from the standpoint of somebody who's not just doing a cartoon, but who's also been through 8 complete feature films. Okay, writing them, editing them, the whole thing. Okay, so I've kind of been around the block on storytelling, right? And I've written a number of screenplays for other producers, you know, that needed a screenplay written. So there is actually a very, very strong case to be made for this. Mel says Lucky Prince, and then we actually just cut to the palace. Because the palace, we know what the palace is. That's where the prince lives. And then we say to ourselves, well, why are we zooming in on this tower in the background? And immediately we find out the reason. Because Tianara's in that room. See what I mean? These are all completely valid storytelling approaches. This is the most economical one by far. And I will tell you this from my years of experience. It is manifestly true that this shot, with all the people saying, oh, the prince gets married today, is absolutely not needed to tell the story clearly. You guys will just have to trust me on this. From the flow of the story, I promise you, this shot could be cut from the show and it wouldn't hurt the thing a bit. No one would ever miss it. But it's a cool shot, right? But it's going to take all day. That one shot that I just talked it through with you guys, and I'm telling you, I promise you, that shot is not needed. It's cool, it's wonderful, but it's not needed, okay? Talking this through, I'm telling you that probably the right choice is just cut the thing. It's actually not even inconceivable that when you edited this thing together, what you would find out is that the show starts to drag a little bit because of that shot, actually. So what happens here is we got this shot here, and what happens is Mel goes, oh, lucky prince. And the music's kind of, and we probably want to extend this a little bit. So let's actually fix this right now, storytelling-wise. We'll fix this by going back here to shot number, I think it'd be 339. Okay. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab the last still image from the sequence. Okay. So this image right here, I'm just going to grab this image and I'm going to stick it in here in Vegas. So I'm just going to tack it on so that this last shot has a little more length to it. All right. Now I got to do a couple things to prepare. So I'm going to go Control C and then I'm going to go paste attributes, which makes this have the same crop settings as the other one did. Okay. So now we'll get rid of this keyframe. This is all just housekeeping, actually. This is actually going to be a little tricky. Yeah, it's not going to let me grab that. It's not going to let me delete that one, so I guess I'm going to have to delete this. Okay, so the problem is I'm zooming out. Actually, you know what I can do? I forgot. Actually, I got this wrong. I made a boo-boo. Let me get rid of that keyframe, or actually move that back to there. This one, I'm going to restore this. Restore. Okay, so actually what I need to do is we can pull out and lock, but then we'll do the dissolve here. So that's fine. So I needed to add a little bit of time because there is going to be a musical bumper. Okay. Lucky Prince. Boom. Okay, that's fine. We don't have to keep pulling out. That's fine. But that buys us a little bit of time right there. So we're fading to black, and then the music kind of goes la 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 la. A little bit of ominous. Boom. That's all we need. So this shot should really be only this long. Okay? So Mel, he says Lucky Prince. The next thing we see is the prince's palace, but for some reason we're zooming into this tower. And cut. And now we see a door being unlatched. This is probably just as strong as storytelling, and that whole sequence that shows people in the village saying, oh, the marriage is today, is not needed. Why? Because once the conversation and the dialogue begins between Golik and Tianara, we're being redundant, because actually right about here, Golik says you should show some appreciation. You've been promised to the prince, and to the prince you'll be married. And if it's not crystal clear, we could add to that line of dialogue the word today. So he says, you ought to show some appreciation. You've been promised to the prince, and to the prince you'll be married today. So we just add the word today. And now, the entire storytelling problem that was ostensibly solved by that really difficult establishing shot has been solved in the simplest way possible by adding one word, a little bit of ominous tone in the music, and we cut out the most difficult part of the shot. Our cartoon just got a little easier to do, and I promise you, the storytelling has not been harmed at all. In fact, it probably would turn out that editing-wise that this is actually stronger. So that's what we're going to do. I'm doing it. I talked it through with you guys, and this whole thing, we're just going to take this out. Ebullient music, and then the music darkens. We pan up to a solitary tower. That's it. And Golik, and so let's look at the dialogue. So Golik says, "Oh my, but you are the lucky one." And Tinar scowls. He says, "Oh, spare me. You ought to show your mother a little appreciation." Tinar says, "I demand." And he says, "You'll demand nothing, young lady. You've been promised to Prince Vespar, and to Prince Vespar you shall be wed today. Get over it." And I think probably "get over it" should be removed. That's a little bit, he doesn't need to be that harsh. "You shall be wed today." Tinar turns away from it. So there we go. Good. It works. It's perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. And now we can just get back to work by going back to our storyboard, and we'll just do that one push shot. Okay? Well, these are the things that are going to happen when you're working on your own show or your own story. You're going to think of these things. You're going to see it in your head. Some of it turns out to be good and necessary. Some of it turns out to be bad. Some of it turns out to be completely unnecessary. It just depends. And what you want to look at is the flow of the story, how the story flows. That's why I like the idea of doing editing as I go. I'm literally taking this shot and deleting it completely from the storyboard. I'm going to go right to this. That's what we're going to do. And now we're just going to get back to work. Boom. Okay. And now I'm going to add a dummy layer here and save this. And now it's been saved as a Krita file. So I hope you guys find that useful. The honest truth of the matter is that probably that little tirade is some of the most valuable information I've dished out in the past, few weeks or whatever. Okay, I'm going to duplicate this a few times. Okay, I didn't mean to do that. What I meant to do is duplicate it just to darken that. And then I'm going to grab all these guys, sum them down to a single layer, and now I've got a nice guide so I can see what the heck I'm doing. Boom. Okay, so getting back to Mikhail's question, let's talk about research. Well, for the palace, our model is actually the Taj Mahal, which of course the Taj Mahal, I don't know when the Taj Mahal was built, but I'm sure it wasn't in the time shortly after the Great Flood, right? I don't know when the Taj Mahal was built. So I'm going to actually look on my browser, and I'm just going to pop up an image of the Taj Mahal. And I'm going to use that as my model. So I'm mixing eras very liberally on this thing. Okay, so you guys can see an image search. This is basically the model for the palace. Okay, nothing too fancy. Nothing too fancy. Pretty straightforward. So I'm just going to grab one image of the Taj Mahal and just kind of look at the shape of those towers, and looks like this is a little too bulbous. Okay. And ultimately, Mikhail, you will make your own choices about how you want to do your story or whatever it is you're going to do. Okay. Now I got to unlearn my Tahoma hotkeys and get back to my Krita hotkeys. So I'm kind of seeing a slight. First of all, okay, really? Maybe you want to hit the G key there, Dave. Okay. So the curvature, okay, that's actually problematic, but the curvature on these buildings is a little too bulbous on the outside, it looks like to me. So, and that obviously should be pointing more straight up. So I'm going to go like that, and I'm just going to go like, okay, really? Don't be in erase mode there, Dave. Don't be in erase mode unless you intended to be in erase mode. Yo silly gosh. There. Solo that layer. That's fine. That's fine. That looks good. So now we're going to stretch out like this, and what we're actually going to see is that the building widens a bit. Now I'm going to go ahead and follow my grid. It doesn't actually have to be perfect, but I'm going to zip in here and say, let's just cut a little bit out here, and now we'll dive right in with a little bit of trim stuff. Some of you are out there laughing because this does indeed appear to be something of a phallic symbol. Some people actually believe that that was actually the point with some of these towers. That I didn't mean to go into erase mode. Sorry about that. I meant to go into alpha lock mode. That some of these towers, in fact, were actually phallic symbols. So, for those who find that offensive, I do apologize. But what we want to do is go ahead and put some, and I'm not going to get super detailed here. I want to keep low on the horizon. Okay, so I'm going to hit the G key again. Turn alpha lock off, and let's go ahead and, oops. Let's go ahead and get the bottom piece of this tower in there. Okay, so that's the first tower, and then we're going to grab kind of this brownish color. Let's go back to this little particle brush, and honestly, just a little bit of noise. It doesn't really matter much. Now I'm going to hit the Control to just sample this and sort of go back over this and paint that back out a little bit, because to me it's a little too much. I'm going to actually turn up the opacity. Just subtle, just noise, just a little something to drive home the dimensionality of our building. Now, the G key, I'm actually going to sample this color, and let's keep it simple, guys. Let's do a square, or a rectangle. I'm going to go like this, just to make it easy. Boom. And my mistake, I forgot to switch brushes, so there we go. So this is the face of the building, and it seems to me that from looking at the Taj Mahal that the face of the building is kind of like that. Something like that. So let's just give this a little bit of an inset like that. And then probably just I'm going to take this and go to sort of a, let's do a little bit of a brownish tint. And what we're going to do is actually put in these concentric rectangles. And the concentric rectangles don't necessarily really mean much. They just kind of sort of look cool. And now, since I'm sort of building this up as I go, I'm going to hit the G key, and I'm going to go ahead and, whoops, that's not what I meant to do. I'm going to keep with my rectangles, actually. So these other buildings are kind of like, darn it, get your opacity back up there, you stinker. Okay. This is going to be roughly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's basically 5 wide. So it doesn't have to be exact, but something like that. Now I'm going to sample that color and allow that to be sort of, again, an inset situation. So we're just making this up as we go along. Totally making this up. Okay. Now, let's use lines. Lines, I tell you. Lines. I'm going to make my brush a little bigger. Brush. I guess I have to do it this way. I'm going to grab that brush because that brush doesn't have any opacity built in. And I'm just going to go, boom, hitting the shift key. Shift key. So it locks it to the axis. Locks it to the axis. Probably going to turn on alpha lock so we can actually drive that little transition home. I'm going to make this size bigger so that I can, I don't know if this will work, but no, that's not going to work. It was close, but I need to turn the opacity down so I can just, okay. So we've got a little bit of sun kind of going in there, and let's do, what the heck, let's do a polygon. Let's do a polygon. Boom, boom. Okay, again, it looks like you have to set the opacity for every single tool, so tis what it is. We'll live with it. We're going to live with it. Okay, here I would say let's kind of do the same thing. Just going to give it a little bit of a sense of shadow. This one we're going to be a little more bold with it, and maybe kind of like that. Just cause here, you know, one could make an argument for like an airbrush type situation, but I think what I'm going to do is just kind of, I'm just going to wing it here, folks. Winging it. Boom. Totally winging it. Totally winging it. And then if you're saying, well, I'm not really happy with that, well, you can always go in, turn off alpha lock, and B key for brush, and we'll say this building does have this roundness to it, so let's just go ahead and make that a bit blurred as the light wraps around it. Okay, so now I'm going to take one moment to look back at the yep, apparently nobody's really interested in seeing someone paint a knockoff of the Taj Mahal, because it appears that we're down to a mere 4 concurrent viewers. So, oh well, here we go. B key. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just start jamming in some detail. This is going to be kind of fun. Alright, so I'm going to go in here, go like that, go like that. Oops. Redo that. Redo. Alpha lock. Okay. And I'm just going to like literally put in some squiggles. Squiggles. Up here. Squiggles. Let's see what happens. Ooh, that's not good. Whoops. Oh no! Edit, redo. Okay. Probably just want to use white here. I want to grab a little bit of detail around here like that. I'm liking that. I'm liking that. And then maybe just a little, I want a little bit of that hand-drawn thing going on. So now, this is kind of backwards, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Okay, stupid attack. Why don't we just add another layer and alpha lock it, and we don't want to solo the layer. I'm going to turn the... Okay, and the reason for that is I'm going to go to my airbrush, and this actually is supposed to be backlit. It's supposed to be backlit. So let's backlight it. Okay, and then we can just dial that in. Dial that in, and I'm actually going to, let's see, if we go to overlay mode, yeah, not bad. Not bad, but what I think I want to do then is, that way I can get a little bit of a highlight here around the edges, a little bit of that backlit thing, and really darken that in. Okay, I'm going to go Control G and just merge that group. Okay, now in another layer behind, I'm going to go grab the, let's see, switch back to our regular brush. Let's draw a bloody rectangle. A rectangle, I say. Okay. This is going to... Ooh, yeah, black. That's the color we wanted. Sure. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, actually, let me think about this for a moment. Stop a second. Let me think about this. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is... Let's do a selection. We're going to take this guy, Control C, Control V. Now it's on its own layer. I'm going to move this over like that. Just expand that a bit. So we can put another, and that's probably balances the picture a little bit. Back here, what I want to be perfectly accurate is something like that. And as long as we're just using rectangles. Let's put that in there. We will touch it up here shortly. But then here, I think actually, you know, the Control C, Control V, smack this one over here. We're going to have to do a little painting, but I'm kind of glad we have to. We're going to have to do a little hand painting to make it all look right, which is actually a good thing. Keeps it a little bit rougher. Okay, so stop. Let's say these guys, this group, is going to be merged, but the tower is going to be on its own layer. Because I'm thinking we're probably going to do the parallax thing for this shot, I would say. So let's give it a blue sky right now. We'll solo this layer, hit the fill tool, and just give it a blue sky. Okay, so we got this blue sky, and it's an interesting situation because really what we want to do is get a richer but somewhat somewhat less saturated color for our sky. We want to somewhat suggest ominous forebodings. Now, I'm not really sure how to suggest ominous forebodings, but I think the way would be that the sky, for one thing, we're lit from below to a degree. So it might be dusk, it might be twilight. If it's dusk, we really kind of want this to be, whoops. Okay, that was stupid. Oh, I see what I did. Accidentally, my mouse just caught that thing. Sorry. Alright, and I'm going to save my work. Okay, so thinking out loud here. If it's dusk, it's not dusk. It's dawn. It's actually early morning. That's what's going on. This would be early in the morning before the sun's really fully up, kind of thing. Okay. And we really want the ominous aspect to sort of hold sway. So I'm going to do that. And then, for lack of a better idea, because I really don't know what I'm doing, remember the old saying, red in the morning, soldiers take warning? And this is an ominous situation. So let's just do something like that. And then I'm going to take the, I think I want Alt. No. Nope. Nope. Darn it. I want Shift. Shift, lock. Nope. Shift does a uniform. So I want Shift and Alt. So I have to start dragging, then hit Shift and Alt, and that's kind of what I was trying to do. It's really not quite, though. So I guess I wanted... Yeah, I'm sorry, it was Alt. So I just want to... What a pain. What a pain. What a pain. Okay. Looking at the blah, blah, blah. Yeah, nobody's really talking. Concurrent viewers. People actually, I've noticed this. People do tend to go quiet when you start working on a background painting. People go quiet when you're doing a background painting. I've noticed this more than once. So the sun is coming up. So we do want to have a little indication, but I also want to have a fairly darkened sky because the poor kid is getting married off and she's not happy about it. So let's go to the let's go to the cloud brush. Alright, and I'm gonna probably make these fairly ominous clouds, which means I need to sort of work them in. And we need to, and there's going to be a lot of them. Ooh, that's still too much. Man, holy cow. I'm going to turn that way down. Way down. Get the idea? Want this to be like not the happiest sky ever. Not the happiest sky we've ever seen. Nope, that's no good. Another point to be made here is I'm going to sample this color. Believe it or not, watch this. This is actually kind of important. This is actually probably really important if you really want this to be good. Is that if it's dawn, actually the clouds would be shadowed on top. They would be picking up a little bit of the sky, or they would be picking up a little bit of the sunshine below, and they'd be somewhat shadowed on top. That's actually not horrible. I would say that's not horrible. If any of you out there are like expert cloud painters and you have an opinion, you feel free to weigh in. So then I'm gonna go ahead and allow the I don't like that at all. So really what I want to do is pick up some of this. Ooh boy, that is risky behavior right there. Look at that. That is really interesting. But you know what? It looks like a sky that might have a storm a brewing. So if anybody, I like it very much. So now I'm going to go to the Taj Mahal. Look at the Taj Mahal. And now I'm going to just be Mr. Painter. Mr. Painter. So I want to start with my basic tone, and now I'm going to go in here. And what is maybe going on here? I wonder. Okay, yeah. Like an idiot, I just painted that onto the sky. Sorry! Quintessential mistake. Quintessential mistake. So let's get the details on this guy kind of pounded in there. So what I'll do is take the mid-tone like this to sort of create an arch. And I'm trying to keep it pretty subtle so I can sort of work in the details somewhat judiciously. Somewhat judiciously. Hey, Valerie just walked by. Do I want to go and take 5 seconds and hang out with Valerie for 5 minutes? Maybe 2, maybe 3? Maybe. Maybe. Let's see here. So this, again, I want to actually... I'm going for the hand painted thing. So yes, I think I'm going to actually take 2 minutes. Take a 2-minute break. Kind of think about what I'm doing here a little bit. And you guys won't mind if I disappear for a couple minutes. And while I'm gone, you guys think about what you would do to improve this painting, and put something in the comments to help me out here, you know. All right, thanks. See you in a minute. Well, I kind of ran my idea, what I'm doing here, with Valerie, and for the most part, she concurred. Especially the other thing is, if we want to have this thing start at dawn, kind of before the day is really getting going, then you wouldn't necessarily have a bunch of people out and about in the village anyway. So there is that to consider. I guess I need to switch between my brushes if I want to get back to my itsy bitsy brush. And now we're going to just settle into a fairly chill period of painting stuff. I wonder about, maybe I'll use my fave oil paint brush. Disconnecting, reconnecting, reconnecting, disconnecting. Okay, and by the way, there would actually be a kind of a little thing there. Again, very small changes in value, just to sort of catch that edge. If anybody's thinking, you know, but Dave, that looks really stupid, feel free to chime in. This, I actually think this wants to be a little lighter, and then we'll grab this and make it even slightly lighter there to catch that recess. And the reason I'm hand painting now is because I want to give it a little bit rougher, organic feeling. Here, let's just draw another arch. What the heck? Here we don't need an arch. Not so much. It's almost like this particular building is more just rectangular, and we'll just kind of draw in the accoutrements that we want, and then we'll kind of find a way to sell them and make them look like they're really something here shortly. So I'm grabbing that color and then just a little bit darker value. Remember, when you're painting, it's value that matters much more than color. Color matters, but value matters more. So we'll just keep painting. We're painting, painting, painting. We are not animating, 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 not at the moment. And okay, I see what I did wrong here. Okay, well that's alright. We'll grab this color, give it a nice strong shadow. Kind of, and then we'll kind of sell the idea that that shadow kind of wraps around the building a little bit. So there is a recessed thing, but it's still going around a cylindrical shape. Pull out. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of sort of okay. I'm going to go back in with the airbrush and drive home the curvature. We will not forget the curvature. The curvature will be there. Don't you worry. Don't you fuss and don't you fear. Don't be afraid. Yeah, we definitely want to work a little bit more of that hand-painted sense into it. So here I'm going to go ahead and be a little more aggressive with this because I actually want to really again kind of sell the idea that the light is coming from back yonder, and frankly, to work a little bit of that into this is probably reasonable. So I'm just going to kiss it a little bit like that. We'll see if it works. Not bad, not bad, not horrible, not gonna win any Nobel Prizes for that. Painting, that's for sure, but not bad. This is all going to be lost in shadow, by the way, too. So that pretty much, I'm going to actually go for some super dark here and just, just want that to be kind of a bit lost in a shadow zone. Trying to find the midtones that sell it. Sell it, baby. Okay, and then this, we've got this, this archway. Let's just pull out here a little bit. So when we come in, we're going to be going like this, and we'll get a little bit of that parallax. So I haven't even touched this building yet. Haven't done a thing. Okay, so let's go with the airbrush, as I said. I'm going to go ahead and, alpha lock it. And what I want to do, this is going to be touchy. But I want to be bold. So I'm going to go ahead and turn the opacity down a little bit. We'll come back and catch the specular highlight on the spire. We'll come back and catch that. Okay, because remember, the sun's coming up below the horizon, and it's kind of behind them, behind the castle. So, not too bad, not too bad. Thinking out loud here. Okay. Go back to our happy little pencil. And I think I'll leave alpha lock on so I can kind of go like this. And we're going to catch it a little bit on both sides, actually. And maybe the underside of that decoration would actually catch a little bit of the specular. Kind of like, yeah, kind of maybe. You see, yeah, that's okay. That's okay. It definitely looks ominous. I mean, I'm feeling pretty good about the mood of it. I like the mood. That's the extreme, obviously. That's like ridiculous, but definitely. Boom. We're going to commit to that. File, save. Okay. Nobody's saying nothing. Nobody's saying nothing. Okay. I'm going to get rid of both of these. I'm sorry, get rid of those so that I can just think about what I want to do with this building. So I'm going to take this building and I'm going to, alpha lock is still turned on, so trying to just think about what I'm feeling here. I want to get a little bit of shadow action going on, and I am, again, I'm just hand painting this instead of using like straight line tools and stuff like that, because I actually want it to have a little bit of a loose hand painted feel to it. That's fine. We can do that. Now, this window I'm pretty sure will not be seen. We might as well get it positioned kind of sort of right though. That's not exactly right. Let me do something here. Okay, grab that. And boom. Boom. Yeah, like I said, we're never going to see that window. Okay, so now the question becomes, within this layer, let's put it in a group because we're gonna actually bake a bunch of stuff together here. Now what I'm going to do, whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to use a rectangular selection. So what I'm going to do is select this, rough as it is. I'm going to hit the A key, hit Shift, and push this over. And then I'm going to hit Control C, Control V, and I'm going to take this and push this over. Okay, so that doesn't quite look right, so I'm going to go ahead and use this rectangular selection and just move this over, I think, a little bit. Hello? Oh, right. Right. Okay, yeah. So what I want to do is actually go Control C, Control V, and then take this and just make that adjustment. Okay. Now, let's bake these together. Boom. And what I really want to do now, I'm going to put in all the details that make it look kind of sort of real-ish. But what I want to do is, this is sort of the quintessential cheese ball way that you sell what I'm about to sell, which is this. This is the only room in the tower that has anything, you know, going on. So I'm going to use my airbrush. Whoops. B key. Airbrush. I'm going to use my airbrush to just indicate that there seems to be some light emanating from only this one room. Only one room. So as we push in, it's pretty clear that there's something about this particular room that kind of sort of seems like it might be important. Yeah, it's kind of a cheesy device. A little cheesy. And I want it to be pretty stark too. I want it to be really obvious that there's some light emanating from there. In fact, if you really want to drive it home, what you would probably do is you'd probably take your airbrush, shrink it down, and you would actually, I'm going to put it on a separate layer because we're probably going to want it on a separate layer eventually, but what I would do is just, I guess we'll just do it like this. Turn the alpha lock off. So I'm just going to have some light that's creeping out from that room, and then we can dial that in to whatever degree we want later, after we finish painting our building. So solo that layer. Now let's have some real fun with the details on this building. Okay, so I'm going to grab that color. Let's go a little darker. And we're going to give it some scumbly decorative stuff on the top. And you know what? If you really wanted to drive this home, actually I know what I should do. If we're going to go cheese ball, let's go really cheese ball. Here's how we go cheese ball. We put bars on the windows. Now if you're going to put bars on the windows, it probably stands to reason that these other ones would have bars as well. So what we'll do is we'll put them on there, but they're just much more faint. You can barely see them because you don't have the contrast that results from the light shining behind it, which probably means that the bars I drew first need to be really dark, actually, because you're really catching nothing but shadow. So this is really kind of a mistake. These should be really bold, like that. I think. I think that's what we should do. I'm not really sure, but we'll try. Okay, so now I want to give this a little bit of texture. Of course, again, just picking up a little bit of light from outside, and the sun's sort of sneaking around the building, so driving home this type of texture is a bit of a kludge because there really is no good light source from the front. But if there was, it would probably be bouncing off the ground, more or less, and coming up from below-ish. So we'll just play it that way. Just thinking out loud here. Just thinking out loud. Thinking out loud. Okay. That actually looks okay. Now the question becomes, what about, you know, what's this building made of? So I'm thinking I'm going to go with the old, let's just suggest the idea of bricks here and there kind of thing. Now I would want to have some sort of ledger. You know, when you're framing in those windows, you're gonna want them to be pretty stable. So I'm gonna keep this pretty loosey-goosey because I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we're not gonna see. Yeah, I mean we're okay. I think we also need to see some. We also need to see some sense of the fact that this decoration would actually wrap all the way around, probably. Oh, that didn't work. Let me do that again. Sorry. Okay. And in all reality, this would be this would be catching a little bit of that sun, a little bit of that morning sun coming around. Not much. Pretty subtle. Pretty subtle. Take this shadow color, go a little bit bolder, and then we're going to put a lip over these barred windows. Probably, that's probably actually okay. And now I'm going to do the opposite down here, which this might not work, but I'm going to try. I'm going to say we're basically doing the kind of the scary movie thing where we're lit from below, right? So, and then let's just tint this slightly on the tan side. Slightly on the tan side because we're getting the just picking up the sun coming over the horizon just a little bit. Okay, so then what would happen is the bricks would be doing the same thing, but it would be a little bit, it wouldn't be straight across. You'd see the break where the stones are. So, as is so often the case with, you know, paintings, I kind of reserve the right to fail spectacularly. Whoops, don't like that at all. But again, we're just going to try. Just going to try. And I think for this one down here, I'm just going to do this rougher. Just quick and dirty. Whoops. Quick and dirty. Little thing there. Little thing there. Just something to make sure it looks like you would actually have to construct the darn thing. Okay, obviously a window is going to be recessed in a little bit. Recessed in. N key. Yeah, I mean that looks pretty good. I'm not sold on the squareness of it. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to actually put a layer behind. And I'm going to just scribble. I'm going to scribble something in here and see what I think of it. Definitely that's more, I guess, more better, as we might say. That's more better. Again, it's got to be kind of top lit because the sun is below. And I'm actually leaving it semi-transparent, so we're allowing a bit of the atmospheric perspective from the sky to sneak in there. And now we're going to take this highlight color and just, this is actually kind of difficult. Trying trying to make this properly backlit is kind of tricky, actually. Never really tried that before quite like this, so. But, hey, all in all, not too shabby, not too horrible. Not too bad. And I assume I'm still live streaming, but yeah, everything looks to be pretty healthy. And well, I mean, average watch time is 11 minutes, so yeah, obviously people are sort of checking out, hey, I wonder what Dave's doing, and then they're ducking back out again. Can't say I blame them. Okay, this I have a little, oops, not erase mode. This taking a little exception to what we see going on right here. So I want to just fix that a bit. Okay, that's probably all. Yeah, that's all I needed. That was easy. Boom. Boom. I'll just sneak this in among the decorations. That looks quite pretty. This one's okay. This one's not. Okay, so little scribble, little scribbles, scribbles. There we go. That looks pretty good. Now it does seem to me that this building would actually have some windows in it. So let me look actual size. Yeah, I'm not really digging that too much. I'm just gonna scribble some stuff in there. Yeah, I think I like that. Just use a neutral mid-color now. I don't want to have the scale of the windows be completely out of whack, like I did yesterday when I drew the cactuses. Thank you, by the way, whoever. I think it might have been Steve Riggs. I don't know. Somebody pointed out, hey, by the way, the cactuses you just drew that are way off in the distance, if they were really there, they're like 90 feet tall. I'm like, oh, yeah, I guess that's true. I guess that's true. 90-foot tall cactuses don't really happen that often in nature. No, they do not. And so this, I'm going to go ahead and just allow that to have a little bit of a, again, a decorative thing that's going to be, we'll just kind of put in our little Illuminati symbols, or whatever they are. Little, what do you call the little statues? You know what I'm talking about. Like the ones in Hunchback of Notre Dame. I forget what they're called. Yeah, I mean, it's probably okay. Probably okay. Maybe not amazing, but yeah, probably okay. Okie dokie dokie, and we're going to catch a little bit of highlight there. This guy, once again, I'm just going to make my brush kind of big, because that means it's going to be of a necessity quite fuzzy. There's windows. Okay, it's a little ominous, but it was supposed to be. So I kind of feel like this guy, overall, it's I like the contrast, but it seems to me we maybe need to flatten things out a bit. That's probably better. Should the low end be darker? Maybe. Methinks for sure. Poor things were a little self-illuminated. Now, there is one thing still kind of glaringly absent, which I'm just going to go black here. And I'm going to hit the G key, and here's what we're going to do. Wait, that's going to be a wrong brush. Okay, sorry, we don't want it to be alpha locked, do we? No, we really don't. Okay, I'm gonna put just a little something, and then we're gonna let lots of atmospheric perspective sneak in to that, so we actually see the sun quite literally bleeding in to this. That kind of sort of works. So the only thing I'm really having a hard time choking down at this moment would be in the foreground. It seems to me I'm not buying this. Now it could be that we'll fix it with something like this, but just let's put some decoration on here. Yeah, that's going to help a lot actually. Let's just put some decorative stuff. I'm totally spitballing here. I'm totally making this up. Just something that gives it some decorative thing. Okay, now I'm going to switch to my brush. And I guess we will add a highlight color. Highlight. We're lit from below, remember. Lit from below. A little texture. Little noise. Little noise. Doesn't take much, really. Now, I'm missing the shadow side, though, for sure. So I would say this needs to be... we need to get that shadow side, both in the sense of a cast shadow. I mean, the dark side of the decorations and also their cast shadow. All of the above. Cast shadows here. Just looking kind of scary. Okay. And now I'm going to actually add some extra, what we used to call greebles in the early days of CGI. Greebles. We're going to add some greebles to our building, which are nothing more than just little nonsense bits of detail that look like maybe it would do something or mean something. And actually, I'm also going to put a little indication, perhaps of some little peepholes or something there. Alright, this I'm going to go ahead and make that a little more dense. Little more dense, little more dense. It's cool the way those windows sort of get lost in the shadow area. That's good. Lost in the shadow area. Okay. Okay. Now, not horrible. The only thing I'm really, really missing is the spires. Let me see. That's the problem. Look at that. I'm just going to do that. This one, not quite as much, actually. This one's picking up a little more sun. Oh boy, that looks good. That looks pretty good. Wow. Didn't really expect that. Alright. File, save. I think we can check the way it's going to look in the show. Cancel that. There we go. Okay, so obviously that's looking a little winky. File, save. I do like it though. I mean, I feel like I did an okay job. Not the worst painting I've ever done. But why is this? Oh, there we go. Okay, so let's go back to the beginning of the shot. We will do parallax, by the way. I'm pretty sure parallax is going to turn out to be a good idea here. Let's match the output aspect. And why are we getting this little crop thing? That's a bit strange. A bit strange. Okay, at the end, what we shall be doing is moving towards that doggone window. And as you can see, absolute unmitigated disaster has struck. I think there are erroneous keyframes in here, and it's just a little bit of a bugginess situation with Vegas. I can't get Vegas to freaking well ignore the erroneous keyframes. So we'll just kind of make it simple by cutting this. Split that with the S key and move that over there. And it just gets rid of the white underneath. And we'll turn Control L back on, and then what we got to do is get the timing. Timing of this. 2, 3, 4. Probably that's about all we need. So I'm going to now go into the crop settings, and we're going to say we're going to start here, and we're going to end roughly there. Fading in. Boy, this is where those birds flying around in the background and the smoke really help. Kind of a lot, actually. Because it just seems kind of dead, right? I don't really want the huge... I'm thinking right here what's actually going to happen is we're going to hear the bolt. Yeah, that's more like the right pace. Okay, so this would definitely be better if it was parallax. So the Last Airbender says, I didn't know what Tahoma was until you talked about it. Just downloaded it. It reminds me of OpenToonz. I think I'm going to like this. Well, the Last Airbender, Tahoma is OpenToonz. It's just a fork. It's just, Jeremy Bullock said, you know, there's some stuff about OpenToonz that I think I could improve a little bit. And so he rebuilt it from source and renamed it. Honestly, I don't really know why he renamed it, but okay, whatever. So the shot that I did today was done in Tahoma. As you can see, this is all done in Tahoma, and well, actually all of the animation really, other than the change in facial expressions, is done with the OpenToonz or Tahoma plastic tool. Quite useful indeed. Quite useful indeed. Okay, so this actually, by the way, should be saved. If we're going to do parallax, guys, we could do parallax in Blender like we did here. We could do that. But why? Why would we do our parallax shot in Blender if we can do our parallax shot in a tiny fraction of the time in Tahoma? That's what we're going to do. So I'm going to show the Last Airbender right now what you can do with Tahoma. Since you just downloaded it, that means you have the latest version, so that's good news, because that means we can go, we'll do a new scene and watch the beautiful, amazing things we can do with Tahoma. Ready? Okay, step one, we've got our background in Krita that we painted with all of our wonderful painting tools. I'm going to hit Control A and Control C. And I'm going to jump over here, and I'm just going to go Control V. Ah, look at that. All of our art from Krita cuts and pastes into Tahoma. And by the way, that's why I use Tahoma. To me, Tahoma versus OpenToonz, there's no difference. They're the same, basically. Except that Tahoma has cut and paste on the system clipboard, which is hugely valuable because it means you can seamlessly mix Krita with Tahoma very easily. So I'm just going to go Control C. I'm just going to grab one layer at a time. Control C. I don't even have to save them to disk. I'll just paste it in there. Boom. Okay, now this layer is going to have to be made somewhat transparent, obviously. And you can see one thing, one of the catches is that Tahoma kind of looks at the pixels in your drawing, which in this layer is what we have right here. And it says, oh, well, this is all that matters, is just this area down here. I wish it would actually grab the entire frame, no matter whether the pixels are transparent or not, but it doesn't. So that means to compensate for that, I have to immediately just go like this and sort of get that positioned. But it's no big deal. I mean, the whole thing takes just a couple minutes. Okay? So this little thing and this need to be baked together. So I'm going to hit Control E. I'm going to go Control A, Control C, jump over here, and boom. Let it wait a second. Okay? And now we can obviously reposition that to whatever degree we wind up needing to. We're going to come back. And the reason we're doing this, we do need that. We do need that. That needs to be baked into. So I'm going to go Control E. And I'm going to reselect this. Control C. But I'm going to do this maybe a little differently and see if it works. I'm going to go in here to the drawing itself, hit the S key, the selection tool, and then hit Control V. Okay, yeah, it worked. So then it pasted it in over top of the one I just had. So that's fine. Good. Good to go. All right, we keep rocking. Now we got our little Taj Mahal type thing. So Control A, Control C, into Tahoma, Control V. Wait half a second. Boom, there it is. Okay, again, I'm going to hit the A key. So we're going to have parallax. We're going to do a 3D camera move here. It's going to be groovy. Okay, final layer from Krita is going to be, I don't even know what that is. That's the selection. So actually I'm done. Okay, so I'm going to save my Krita file. It would be utter insanity to try to do a 3D camera move in Krita. Yeah, you can't. Well, you can't do cut and paste, but what you can do in Tahoma, you can do the cut and paste in Tahoma, and what you can do in OpenToonz is the rest. Everything else I'm going to do, you can do in either one. So this is shot number 347. So I'm going to go File, Save All. I'm saving all, and I'm just going to put this in my scenes and call this 340. Better type properly, 347. Okay? That's that. Now, one thing that you may find useful is you may want to have another panel that is going to be a viewer that's kind of open somewhere else. Now I think I'm just going to let it float, and for now I'm going to float it on the other screen, but first I'll do this. If we click this icon here, we go into 3D mode. And in 3D mode, I believe, let me just check something here. Okay. So now if you hit Control when you drag something around, it moves it in 3D space. So what I'm going to do is grab the background and just hit Control, drag. Okay? Now we're on frame 1, so we're basically going to get everything set now. So I'm going to hit the A key, and we're going to scale it. Now that it's way, way back, we're going to scale it up so it fills the screen the way we expect over here in our preview. Okay? That's that. Now here is this kind of sort of background material, which again is going to be kind of back in the distance a bit, not as far. So we'll go like that, and we'll scale this up so it fills the screen area. I actually want it to be about like that. And then I'm going to hit the A key again, but now I'm not going to hit Control. So when I hit the positioning thing, I'm going to do it over here in this window so I can just move this guy down a little bit like that. Okay? Step 3. The tower, the ominous tower, is going to be positioned thusly. I'm going to actually move this back, and then I'm going to grab this layer and move it back even further. Honestly, these should be back further and then scaled up. So let's scale them up. Something more like that. A key, put that down there. Okay, so now here's this layer. We got that one set pretty much where we want. And then the castle, just for kicks and giggles, we'll move it forward a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, it's not much. Okay, so now the question is, well, what about the camera? And the camera, again, Control drag. Okay, I don't really want this view. This view is confusing. Okay, this should be this view, the camera view. So now we're looking through the camera and seeing what the camera sees. So in this view, we're moving the camera, and in this view, we'll actually see what the camera's going to see. Okay, so we're going to set the camera. Let's put the camera there. We can always make adjustments on frame 1 to these other layers. later if we want to. Okay? Now we're going to grab these layers and we're going to stretch them down, and I don't remember really how long this shot is supposed to take. So let's go back to Vegas and kind of see. This is 6 seconds, so 6 times 8 is 48. So let's go back to Tahoma. We're going to go to our scene, and we want our scene to be our consistent 8 frames per second. And so 60 is probably a little long, but we'll go with it. So now what we're going to do is we're on the camera layer here, and I already set an animation key here. So now what we want to do is go down to the bottom, frame 60. And what we're going to do is we're going to move the camera in on frame 60. Not too much, not too much. And then we're also in this view over here, we're going to just move it over a little bit, so that we're kind of, sort of, and this can be a little persnickety. But now, if we hit the K key to rewind, and we jump back to our camera view over here, now we enter the scene. When the scene dissolves in, this is what we're going to see. Okay, so we're getting a little bit of parallax, not too much. Frankly, I'd like it to be more extreme. So I'm going to hit the L key and go back here, and now I can see what the changes I want to make are going to be, are pretty much this. Pretty much, I'm going to probably want the background, the sky, to be back even further. So if we're going to move it back further, then we need to obviously scale it up so it fills the screen. And then I'm kind of feeling like these bits here also want to be back kind of closer to where the sky is. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. We'll scale this up and kind of see what happens, but we're going to do that, and then we want to really move these. I'm hitting shift, by the way. So these are back down in position. These are just kind of buildings in the background. Now if we go into preview mode, yeah, the main problem is that this stuff doesn't have any transparency to it. So that will require a bit of work. So I'm going to hit F3, and we're going to go to our FX schematic, and what I want is column 2. And I noticed something here, by the way. In Tahoma, if I switch between layers or levels, I see they highlight here. But somebody needs to tell Jeremy that if you switch levels, somebody who's on the Discord, since I'm not very much, let Jeremy know that in the effects schematic, switching between levels does not cause the name of the little node to highlight. My stream disappeared again. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just go like this. And it appears to me a little weird. Camera view. It appears to me that the transparency on this layer is not working. So apparently the transparency image blending filter isn't quite doing what I thought it would do. I'm gonna hit Control R and see what the final render. Yeah, it's not giving it. I really want some transparency. Thank you very much. So I'm gonna delete that node. And anybody? Okay, what am I saying again? I am. Are we talking about the blending? Let me check something here. Actually, here's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to use an image adjustment node, and adjust levels, I think, is the one. It's like the most utilitarian one because it lets you pretty much control everything about the color and everything. If you're not into curves, obviously this is a levels approach. But what we want to do is we want the alpha output of this layer to be turned down. See there? There, that's what we wanted. Now we're talking. Now we're in business. Okay, cool. So that takes care of that. And the only thing I guess I would object to at this point is I feel like my camera on frame 1 probably, Okay, I gotta be careful here. I gotta make sure. Turn off the preview mode. Okay, this is what I actually wanted. I want to open up and maybe even be snuck down here a little bit on the horizon. We'll see. We'll play it and see how it plays. But I think that, yeah, that's probably not too bad. So we come down here. Again, we're on the camera layer. And now let me see what happens if we pull over like this a bit more. Come on. Come on. Kissy kissy poo. Alright, I'm going to hit the K key. And let's just hit Control R and let it pre-render because I really want to see what this is going to feel like when I run it. So it's going to fade up from black. And we're going to feel it moving. Okay, so yeah, there's definitely a problem for me. I'm not liking this I have to say that the creative flow is severely damaged by having to wait for stupid OBS to reconnect. It's like I know exactly what I'm thinking and I know exactly what I'm doing, and then I'm having to sit here and go, wait, oh no, I gotta wait 30 seconds for OBS to reconnect. Well, the world will keep on turning. The world will keep on turning. So I wish I could remember the hotkey, but there's a hotkey that actually lets you let me think about this for a minute. I think it's rotate. Let me see. Yes. So Control Spacebar lets you toggle this around so you can see what the heck you're doing. So that's good. Got that figured out. Okay, so now the problem is I'm not getting enough parallax between the evil tower and the castle. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab the tower and again Control drag, and I just want to push this back so it's kind of sort of between. And then if we jump back to the camera view, we'll see that it's probably, actually, truth be known, its position looks pretty good. I like that. I actually like that quite well. Okay, so forget it. I'm not even going to move it. Fine. So guess what, folks? Our establishing shot is done. All we got to do now is render it. Let's run it one time. I'll hit Control R just to make sure it's going to look pretty. And when we dissolve in, we're just going to be moving in towards that tower. Now, it could be argued, I'm going to save my Tahoma file, and I'm going to make an adjustment on the camera. I'm going to go ahead and go down here, and I'm going to say, well, what if my camera right here was really, really pushing in on this tower? Let's try. So I'm going to hit Control, and then okay, stop. Okay, that's what I was afraid. I was totally afraid of that. Okay, there is a little bit of an issue here with Tahoma, with what I'm trying to do, which is that you really have to make darn sure you selected the camera, because right now when I go to do the animate tool, it might just really want to insist on thinking that I'm dealing with column 1. Now you'll notice that I did grab. Okay, I guess you probably need to grab the camera level and then go to the cell. If you're on this cell or on this level, but you grab this cell, it's kind of the same problem you have with Krita. The software thinks you really want to act on this level, so you really need to make sure you grab the camera. Okay, just saying. Now I'm gonna smash. Okay, so the sound effects we're gonna hear are going to be well. You'll see. You'll see. Then we're going to hear the sound effects of this, of somebody fiddling with the jail, the bolt lock, right? So we're going to hear that as this is fading in. So now what we need to do is take this, because this is just a still image. We just want to get rid of it, so we can bring the image sequence in from Tahoma. So we're going to start there. Let's get this sucker rendered. So I'm going to hit Control R. And then this is going to be saved to 347. So click. We're going to scene. And I'm pretty sure I need a... wait a minute. Yes. I did say I didn't render anything from Krita, so therefore I'm going to have to create a folder. And so the folder is going to be 347. Boom. Now we're in 347, and as is my practice, I'm going to create a layer or a folder and call it render. Inio-san, Are you good? Are you good on the level stuff, or did you need me to recap something on that? Just say the word, man. I'll go back and recap it. It's no big deal. Okay, so this is 347.png. Okay, so we'll let this render. It should render pretty quick. So for the last couple of years, OpenToonz has had the hotkey of F3 that opens this schematic. Okay, so for what it's worth, in Tahoma, that is not the case. The default, so for you, your default hotkey for the schematic will not be, you'll have to set that hotkey. Or you'll just go through the menu. If you go into the panels menu up here, then the panel you want is, I can't do it because it's rendering, but drop down and then just go to the schematic. Okay, Inio-san is good. He understands what's going on with the levels. The schematic, the thing people need to understand, especially people who come here and ask questions like, what do you use for node-based compositing? Is that the node-based compositing that's built into OpenToonz or Tahoma is really, really, really good. And the guy that told me yesterday, I can't remember who it was, but somebody was saying yesterday, you know, you really should be on the Discord server because you could learn a lot about OpenToonz and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, I kind of know everything there is to know about OpenToonz. So I was really a little snarky, but because I've been using it for literally years now. Ever since OpenToonz came out, I've been a user, right? And all the anime stuff I used to do before I started on this cartoon was, most of it was actually done in Tahoma, or OpenToonz, I should say. So anyway, but the hotkey used to be F3, so you'd hit F3, and I think F2 was the X sheet too, by the way. But the important thing people need to understand is that there are two schematics in Tahoma, so I'll just give this explanation just in case you guys don't know it. The default schematic is called the stage schematic, and this is showing you the same thing you see in your X sheet. It's just your levels and where they're being piped to, which is the table, and that's what renders out. But if you click this, you go to the effects schematic, and this is where you can insert all kinds of, I mean, a lot of different kinds of effects. I mean, you probably have, like, I don't know, there's probably stuff related to like motion tracking. There's certainly particle effects, like if you want to do snow and things like that. There's a lot of that stuff built into OpenToonz and Tahoma. Most of it I don't use most of the time. Usually I use it mostly for garden variety color correcting, but that's what this is for. You know, I've used this one a lot because this is the adjust levels. So it's in add effects, layer blending. I'm sorry, wrong. Image adjust. So you've got curves, you got gamma, blah, blah, blah. I tend to use the, what is it, level argument? Adjust level, it's up here, sorry. I use adjust levels a lot, and that's just because it's really good for quick and dirty adjustments of your red, green, blue, or alpha levels, right? So where is, I'm looking to see if there's actually a pop-up for the properties, because this is another thing with Tahoma that I'm seeing as a little bit of a buggy programming choice, is that and I'm closing Windows because I want to see if it's already open and I'm not seeing it. Yeah, so to get to the properties of this, what we've always done is double click. And I'm double clicking it, and what it's wanting to do is the thing that I almost would never do, but you could maybe need to do it once in a while, which is name it. I don't want to name it, I want to look at the properties. So I'll go down here below the name and double click. There it goes, okay. So you want to double click below the name, and then this just lets you do really quick and dirty adjustments to both the input and output values of the of your layers. And what I wanted to do was take this little background bit that's just noise that's supposed to look like buildings or whatever, and just make its alpha output much lower so it's semi-transparent and lets the sky bleed through. So anyway, that's that. Let's jump back over to Vegas and get this sucker into the show, because I'm really happy I got this really, really somewhat complex background painting done. Okay, so where is it? Where is it? It's up here somewhere. Here it is. Render, boom, open the sequence. 60 frames at 8 frames per second. Boom, we drag it into the show. We're going to have a 2-second dissolve in. So we'll go 2 seconds. And then presumably the camera's still going to be moving when we jump to this close-up of the bolt being unlocked. Okay, so we'll just go back a little bit to let it breathe. We've got Mel and Asher having their little conversation, and then we dissolve out, and this is what we see. A little bit of music, but a little bit of an ominous feeling to the music, because Mel just mentioned the girl. And boom! Now we hear the bolt unlock, and there's Tianara in prison, looking up what's going on, and look who came to visit her. It's the bad guy, Golik. Okay, how we doing here, folks? Are we doing all right? I think we're doing all right. I have been streaming since, what, 8 o'clock? 7 o'clock? I can't remember. And I'm getting a lot done. What have we gotten done today? Well, actually, if you want to really pick apart the numbers, what I've gotten done today, I have to say, I wish Darren was here, because I'd tell him, Darren, I got to give Tahoma some credit. Because so far today, I have done over 30 seconds of show. That's good. That's awesome. Over 30 seconds I've gotten done today. And the reason is largely because of Tahoma. Because of my ability to take this stuff that I did it in Tahoma, but I had to bring it back to Krita to do some of the touch-up stuff. But then this shot, because I knew it was just going to be dialogue with some little head turns and things like that, little attitude things, I actually brought it back to Tahoma, and it allowed me to do this shot really quickly. So yeah, at this point today, we are... oh, is Darren streaming? Man, I kind of feel guilty. Okay, well, don't feel bad, you guys. If you guys leave my stream to go on Darren's, you do it, man. I don't feel bad at all. I think it's great. I don't like to step on other people's toes with their streaming. I'm just essentially documenting getting my work done, so don't feel bad if you're not hanging out. It's okay. I still love you. I still love you. Okay, what are we going to do here? Well, I'm going to try something as a fun experiment, just because I can. I'm actually going to open another YouTube channel and go to Darren's channel, and I wonder if I can actually hear him streaming while I'm streaming. I think I can. Darren T. Live stream. He's living right now. Yep. So I can actually hear Darren's live stream while I'm live streaming. That's pretty cool. And I'm pretty sure you guys cannot hear it because
if I go to frame 2,
there's Darren.
Control V.
But I'm going to leave Darren turned down. So, oh, this is just nothing but fun. So I'm going to say hello to Darren. Hey, Darren. I am still live streaming, but thought I'd drop in. So if you guys want to learn about Tahoma and OpenToonz, you need to jump over to here. Control X. You need to go to this guy's live stream that's so much better than mine. So much better if you're wanting to learn about Tahoma. Okay, so back to work. Cool beans. Hey, bro. That's funny. Right on. Right on, Darren. Okay, so yeah, I'm actually responding. I'm actually talking back to the screen. Okay. That's pretty funny. Oh, I see. My notification actually tells me that Darren's live streaming. So, anyway, we got to get back to work here, folks. So, I'm really happy though that I've actually achieved my production goal for today. That means that over the last 4 days, we're up to an hour or a minute and 22 seconds over the course of the last 4 days. Not horrible. Not like gonna set any records. But there it is. So anyway, I posted Darren's stream so that if people want to go learn about OpenToonz, you can go get that wonderful benefit. Actually,
and how many problems I hit. Could be quite a few.
so right now that's
Okay.
you're
So
hearing
place that
Darren.
image.
I can't actually talk to him unless I type in the. So yeah, it's probably oh, Maria's over there too. That's cool. You know what I think, guys? Actually, you know what I'm going to do? Oh, good. People are leaving my stream to go over to Darren's, I bet. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to log off because I've been going for... I've either been going for almost 6 hours or almost 5 hours. I don't even know what. And so rather than step on Darren's live stream, I'm going to tell everybody that link that I just posted. Yeah, I hear you, you know what I'm saying? But I'm a little fried. I would actually kind of like to get some lunch too. So I think I'm going to duck out. The odds are I'll probably be back later, maybe in a couple hours or something, because I do want to keep probably getting some stuff done today. But I think I'm ready for a break. And I mean, obviously not everybody here wants to go watch Darren's stream, but some of you might. And so this might be an opportune time to just take a break. And so with that, I will do that. And thanks everyone for hanging out. As you guys know, there will most definitely be much, much, much more later.